Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was discussing it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodness, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodness, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This still is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are high, our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil. but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
My greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning into another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and we should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, of which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, and we should have a brand new episode tomorrow. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Okay, greetings from the Wow West. Okay, top of the news out here in the West, ladies and gentlemen. Hakeem Jeffries is up there in Boys Town. For what reason, I don't know, on mainstream media. Also out of Los Angeles, as if you have not heard that Rihanna, the singer, somebody had busted a few caps at her mansion earlier today.
Or was it yesterday? I thought it was yesterday.
Okay, it probably was yesterday. So I'll keep an eye on it as the story unfolds. Hey, Cool Keezy, peace. Also, too, they showed old J.D. Vance, bringing some of the remains of the soldiers back.
What's the number up to now? 8, 9? What is it up to now?
The last count I got is 7.
I thought it was 8.
Okay, then, if it's 8, then it's 8.
Okay.
All right. Then you had this orange motherfucker talking about we're going to escalate the situation in Iran. We're going to blow up all their oil. Next, we're going to the Strait of Hormuz. The stupid motherfucker. Now, a reporter asked a very, very interesting question, Brother Che. Mm-hmm. When is Dump Son, who's of drafted military age, going to go down there and enlist?
Never. We already discussed it. Hold on, Shabaka. Let me finish the introduction. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 6, episode 16, part 3, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We've
Damn,
discussed.
Cool Keezy, condolences.
Damn. Oh, God. I'm a lot of my cousins. Oh, hell no. Damn, condolences. Easy. God damn.
Shit, man.
Damn. Okay. So we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is the Democrats exploit Jesse Jackson's funeral to push political narratives. Jesse Jackson Jr. condemns presidents and Democrats for politicizing his father's memorial service. Latina says that she will stand with Black Americans. White voters voted more for Crockett than Latinos. Valentina Gomez fails again. Texas election, Valentina Gomez lost. Plies, the Democratic shield, asks if Latinos align more with Blaccs or whites. It's obvious they align with whites. Latina explains why they didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett, even though she was pro-immigration. Hispanics expose their true feelings about Jasmine Crockett, and Black Democrats, FBA, tried to warn you. Yep, we tried to warn you. I don't want to hear us. Black woman warns Texas Democrats that Black voters may sit out November's election. Great news. We should have already been doing that. Racist text leak from Latino GOP members' private chat. Latinos claim they can say the N-word, not on my watch. And that they're
make sure they get their dental insurance up to par, man. They come fucking with me on that.
Right, no passes given. They get checked every single time. And we got the Iran war will cost Black America trillions. Here's how. And if we have time, House Neighbor News, my term, my phrase, my slogan, whatever you want to call it, because I said they're unhoused, but they're still part of the community. And illegal migrant news and local Denver and Aurora news. And we're based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. Salute, Goddess Nabi. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. Please like and share the broadcast, family. All the links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. My personal page, just Paris, aka Chan Krumah. That's where we stream all the city council meetings, like I did today, and community events that are Black related. And then we got Lady Chase. Other channel, Lady Chase Seduction Doll YouTube channel. That link is also in the description. Seduction Doll 5991. And then we got Lady Chase main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well. She covered the topics that we normally don't get to on Frontline Black News. Salute, DSB.
Hey, DSB, deuce and a quarter. How you be? How you be?
Then we got Shabaka's channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well, so Shabaka can start going live on his YouTube channel. Then we got Jay Militant, our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area. We got What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Then we got Kukizi, who's in the chat with us right now. His channel link is also in the description, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother
on DSB. Shalom to you as well, brother.
And we got our brother out of VA, Virginia, Breeze Omega via New York. Breeze Omega, make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He was live earlier. I tapped in briefly before City Council. Then the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub it to his channel. He did an awesome live yesterday, so make sure y'all check that out. And last but not least, we got our young brother Black Truth United. Came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the links to submit FBA business or your own FBA business or one of your choosing is in the description. Also, the link to the B1 Rolodex is also in the description. So you can see yours truly and others that are listed in the Rolodex. Then we got the Kickstarter, Then we got the petition for reparations, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign the change.org petition for reparations. And then we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which I just played the trailer for. So make sure y'all donate to that if you can. And then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. If you can support that, that would be great as well. Then we got PukeTube. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, or politricks, as I call it, religion, or religion, because you're believing in a big old lie, sex and war, and some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that's what racism and white supremacy controls. And we are actively working to replace that evil, vile, wicked system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And that was by the late, great Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a little over a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism. There's not multiple racisms. There's not multiple supremacies. There's only one. It's racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several other master teachers and scholars. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm going to hop right into it, Shabaka, with the Democrats try to exploit Mr. Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Even on his deathbed, even before he was even put in the grave, they sitting up here politicizing his damn funeral, making it a Democratic rally. Yeah, sorry about that. God, it's not in my warrior sister or something.
Yeah, which is really sad. Yeah. Which is really sad. And then just another tidbit of information out here on the West. I forgot to check to mention that they did have the Holiday Man. Within the last couple of days, Los Angeles man. And then there was a brother who was less than 3 feet away, man, from the cross line. He fell out, man, and the dude right behind him, man, got it.
You talking about that African, Shabaka? That African path. The FBA brother came up behind him and won. So shout out to that brother.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, man, that deal was down there on Figueroa Street. Once you go up and out, the street,
another win for FBA. Shout out to that brother.
Yeah, and then but do one thing though, I will say when it comes to the man, not getting off topic.
I mean, you kind of are. You're supposed to be on Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, but I just want to say this here. This brother's gone to, I always want to give a shout out there to a BB Bakila, who won the Olympic marathons in 1960 and 64, barefooted. Moving on to Jesse Jackson.
All right, so brother Afro Lee's going to give us an update on that. Oh, shit, shout out to Jesse Owens, another FBA brother that won the Olympics.
Yeah. And you saw how Hitler treated him. Because they believed in that bullshit of the master race. And then I think now, a couple of years later, that Joe Louis went on there and smashed Max Schmeling.
Yep. Another FBA brother. Shout out to Joe Louis.
Oh, yeah. And then, of course, the greatest of all time, and also, too, Brother Che, we forgot to mention March 8th, 1971, which was 55 years ago yesterday. That's where they had the infamous fight of the century with Joe Frazier and Ali, with Joe Frazier became the undisputed heavyweight champ.
Yep. Well, we can cover that tomorrow, Shabaka's Black Experience Hands. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, so we got many victories, and the latest one happened yesterday. So FBA. So Afro Lee's gonna give us an update on Democrats exploit Jesse Jackson's funeral to push political.
And before you do that, Brother Che, not stepping on him, just acknowledging Michael's comment right here. MWP 678, Jesse Jackson would be disappointed in Democrats for not fighting the hard lineage-based cash payment reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery. You want to know something, Michael? You're right.
Yep. He is. All right, so let's get to this. So Afro
Yes,
Lee,
sir. Going on mute.
Afro Lee from the Shy, he's going to give us an update on these Democrats politicizing Mr. Jesse Jackson's funeral.
Jesse Jackson's funeral, despite the fact that, the person's resting, despite the fact that the family may have asked not to bring up politics, the Democratic Party will not, just absolutely refuse to miss on an opportunity to campaign. All right. And this is what we're dealing with in politics today. That even at a funeral, you have to listen to a campaign speech.
I want to hear the call in.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. We got to talk about this, okay? Because Jesse Jackson's funeral was this weekend.
Yep, exactly.
This weekend, he had his funeral in Chicago. Very, very big event. A lot of people came. It was a lot of the, Democratic, politicians and things like that. I mean, that kind of, you kind of felt it was going to be that. You felt it was going to be that way because of the fact that Jesse Jackson was a political activist. Okay, so it just kind of made sense. It wasn't very surprising that there were people there were politicians and things like that there. It wasn't very surprising. There was also celebrities as well there. But no. All right. Now, a lot of people are like, okay, well, Jesse Jackson's a politician, or he wasn't a politician, but he was engaged in politics and things like that. He was a very politically influential individual. So, of course, you would see that there. You would. However, this isn't about politics. This is about his life, and this was about his legacy. And the family had asked for that to be respected. The family had asked not to bring up politics, not to make this a political talking point or to try to score any type of political points. The family had said, if you're going to make a speech, you can. However, make your speech about Jesse. Make it all about him. This was his send-off, okay? This was his funeral. That's what today was supposed to be about. That's what it was supposed to be about. However, that's not what it turned out to be. No, that's not what happened. Now, I know before we get started playing the videos and clips and everything like that, and after you guys hit that like button, if you guys haven't, I would greatly appreciate you guys doing that. And there are, in the Black community,
as well,
some very mixed opinions about Jesse Jackson. And I'm not going to lie to you guys and say that there were some things I didn't disagree with. I voiced those on this channel. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I view Jesse Jackson as Dr. King. because that's disingenuous of me to say. You guys have heard me say things that have conveyed different opinions. And I'm not going to be all like, well, once a person has passed away, then I'm going to be like, oh, he was my hero. Oh, I miss him. So I'm not a fake person like that.
Right.
Okay. However, despite my disagreements with somebody, whether that's on a personal basis or a political basis or anything like that, at somebody's funeral, if I don't have anything to say that's positive about that person, I won't say anything at all. Am I going to lie and tell this very sanitized angel version of this person's lifestyle? No, I think people should be honest at all times about their legacy and about the people they're speaking on. However, if I was to go to a funeral, I would keep it about that person. Okay. There's a time, I'm saying, and a place for everything.
Right.
All right. Whether you agree with something or disagree with something, there's a time and a place for everything. Funerals are not the time and the place for political campaigns. They're just not. And the family knew that, which is why the family asked them not to do that. All right, let me show you the clip of the family specifically asking, very politely asking, please don't do that. Please don't. They did it anyway.
Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson and the life that he lived to these homegoing services.
Exactly.
Come respectful and come to say thank you. But these homegoing services are welcome to all. Democrat,
They don't.
Republican,
even the dead,
liberal, and conservative.
You're right, DSP.
Right wing, left wing, because his life is broad enough to cover the full spectrum of what it means to be an American. We only ask people to come and be respectful in the context of the extraordinary life that he lived.
Okay. Was that too hard?
You said it right.
That's my question. Was that too hard? Was that too hard of an ask?
Because
I'm seriously asking, was that too hard of an ask? Was that too difficult? And if they couldn't say anything without bringing up politics, without referencing the current administration or Donald Trump or anything like that, they shouldn't have spoke. And you saw how stern he was with that, because he already, first off, he was saying that to the speakers because the speakers had already signed up and everything. They already had their order. Everything was already pre-planned. This isn't like a normal funeral where the pastor's all like, hey, does anybody want to say anything? And then somebody back like, hey, actually, let me get up there and say something. That's not what this was about. That's not what this was.
It was doing.
It's not like this was just an open mic and then people raised their hand. He knew exactly who was going to be speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it towards them. He was telling that towards them. Like, hey, y'all, this is not political campaign. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. Okay. Be respectful. It was the family's wishes. His father just passed away. He's burying his father. That wasn't a big ask. But, you know, of course it was for them. Now you had the first tethered mulatto, Obama, get up there, and he made his thing about the current administration and the current political climate, despite being asked not to. What I find very interesting is that they always say Obama is such a respectful, and that was his thing. That's his thing that everybody says about Obama, is how respectful he is. Okay, and I'm trying to let you know this now by playing this clip right here. All of this respect and everything that they talk about is performative. Because when Obama doesn't care about respect, he doesn't show it.
Fair use, P2.
We are living in a time when it can be hard to hope.
Oh, Lord. He's still on that hope shit.
Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions.
Yeah, hope and change.
Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. an offense to common decency every day you wake up to.
What the hell?
To things you just didn't think.
It's interesting he's talking about an offense to common decency after saying this, after doing what he's doing right now.
Damn,
he's doing what he's doing right now and talking about an offense to common decency. Now, what's interesting is that this would be kind of unbecoming. This would be in bad faith, in bad taste, if he wasn't asked to not say anything about politics or the political climate or trying to make this some type of campaign. Obama is out there talking as if he's on the campaign trail. He's literally talking. If you was just to take the audio from this clip alone and then just listen to it, have a random person listen to it, not knowing the setting, not knowing where he is, you would think that this is Obama campaigning or Obama trying to advertise for somebody, talk about the political campaign. That's what you would think by listening to this. Or he's talking about the offense to common decency. This isn't the time or the place for that. So what a lot of people saying, especially on top of the facts that he was asked directly not to.
Right.
Still doing it.
So disrespectful.
Still doing it.
Here she is.
Where possible.
Here's the Khalifa.
Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other. And that some Americans count more than others. And that some don't even count at all.
Oh my gosh, shut up.
Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated.
And when he says, and some don't even count at all, I want you to understand, he's not talking about black people, because he never does. He's talking about illegal immigrants. Just so you can keep that in mind.
It might be.
He's talking about illegal immigrants, just so you know.
And bullying and mockery masquerading as strength.
Yeah.
We see science and expertise denigrated while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards every single day. We see that.
Yep.
And it's hard to hope in those moments. So it may be tempting to get
No, DSB, you're right. They did turn it into a political shit show. That's exactly what they did. That's why I quit looking at that shit.
For some to compromise with power and grab what you can, or even for good people, maybe just put your head down and wait for the storm.
Yeah, I agree with that, Michael.
But this man.
Now, I want you to understand how long he's been talking. He's been talking that long, and he just started bringing up Jesse Jackson.
Better if
everything he said before had nothing to do with Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, I agree, Michael.
Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson inspires us to take a harder path. His voice calls on each of us to be heralds of change, to be messengers of hope, to step forward and say, send me. Wherever we have a chance to make an impact, whether it's in our school, or our workplaces, or our neighborhoods, or our cities. Not for fame, not for glory, or because success is guaranteed, but because it gives our life purpose.
All right. Now, it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him. When I tell you tethers just have no decency, no dignity, no respect.
Right.
Okay. No class.
No class. Ain't got
because
class.
Obama's the one who kind of like set the precedent, really. Because after that, and I was going to do a recorded video on this subject, but then I'm looking at clips after clips after clips.
Yes.
And let me tell you, pretty much the whole funeral was co-opted with a bunch of political propaganda. And I want you to understand this. This isn't about the propaganda being Democrat. This is about the propaganda being political, period.
Mm-hmm.
If Trump, J.D. Vance, and Ron DeSantis and all of those people, or everybody on the GOP, and then you had a whole, like Erica Kirk and all of that stuff, you had them going up there exploiting Jesse Jackson's funeral, people would be saying the exact same things.
Mm-hmm.
All right? The exact same standard would apply. That's what I'm saying. But due to this disrespect, due to the lack of not only respect for Jesse Jackson, but the lack of respect for the grieving family, this is why Jesse Jackson felt some type of way initially about Obama. A lot of people resurfacing this clip right here of Jesse Jackson. Okay, it got leaked. He didn't want it to, but this clip.
Presidential nominee Barack Obama. On Sunday, Jackson had just completed an interview with the Fox News channel and made the following comment, he says, in reaction to a recent Obama speech on the morals and responsibilities of African American men.
Yeah, I remember when he said that.
Okay, do y'all see that?
Yep. What was that, 2007?
Now,
2008?
Yeah.
People who kind of analyzed Obama, besides the kind of charismatic, smooth talking and all that stuff, foundational Black Americans who analyzed Obama, they saw through that. Jesse Jackson, despite his flaws, saw through that. He was all like, I don't really like Obama. Obama kind of rubbed him the wrong way. Now, of course, he, tried to be strategic and friendly and things like that. But this is the kind of characteristic that he saw in him earlier. Okay. The fact that they're so willing to take an opportunity. There's so much opportunist in their character, in their heart of hearts, that they will stop at no opportunity whatsoever, even over somebody's dead body.
Yeah, it was
with their
008,
family right
Michael.
there. Despite the fact that Jesse, I don't even, to be honest, I will say this. I gotta say this. That I wouldn't have, if I was Jesse Jackson Jr. Now maybe my political stances on things are a little different. I get it.
What's doing, Michael?
However,
when he said that,
I wouldn't have let them speak personally,
2008.
because if you didn't want this to become a political campaign, especially during the fact that this is a midterm year, you shouldn't have let them speak.
Right.
And I'm not trying to victim blame. I'm really not. I understand you're a grieving son. You got your family to take care of. You're trying to bury your father and all of that stuff, and everybody's coming at you. I get it. I get it. And you're trying to run I get it. I understand that. I'm saying that you already knew what type of time they were on, which is why you were so stern before the service even started to say, hey, don't do no Democrat nonsense. Don't try to make this about Democrats or Republicans. Don't try to push no political agenda. He already knew that.
Yeah.
You already knew that that's how they was coming. And if you didn't want that to be at your father's funeral, I would have said, well, y'all can show up. Y'all can pay y'all respects or whatever. But as far as speaking, let's just keep that, a little bit more selective. But you let it be open. I'm not sure exactly what happened behind the scenes. I'm trying to give a lot of grace. Not sure what happened behind the scenes, but that happened. All right? That happened. Now, then it goes on to the other tether, kind of. She ain't even black, but all right. We're going to play what she had to say.
Oh,
because she don't miss an opportunity either.
Oh, God.
Let me just say,
Lord,
I predicted a lot
man.
about what's happening right
Bruh.
now.
Oh, I can't.
I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get through this.
Okay. Boy.
No.
She is, and this is why a lot of people don't like her and her leadership, because just the lack of character. Okay.
Exactly, twin.
The lack of character she has
precisely,
right there. All right.
twin.
I'm just letting you know.
Because I ain't never heard of
The lack of
nobody
character.
washing no damn greens in a bathtub.
I'm not here to say I told you so.
Nobody black.
This shows she's bitter
Exactly.
about losing. And she keeps going on about this. This is not her first time saying that. I'm not here to I predicted a whole lot of this. I predicted a lot of this. Well, you probably did predict a lot of it, probably. However, a lot of people are not surprised about this because of the fact that a lot of this was already his campaign. Now, despite the fact that he's doing other stuff. And there's a lot of things that I didn't like about his campaign or his campaign promises. However, it's not like, oh, I predicted he's lying. No, a lot of the stuff he already said in his campaign that he was going to do and he's doing. However, even if he did, it's not the time or the place for you to gloat. Mind you, she said that. She wasn't saying that in a very grieving or concerned way, unlike Obama. At least Obama did that. However, she's saying that and immediately started laughing because she's gloating.
Stupid ass cackle.
Okay? She's gloating. And this isn't her first time doing it. She starts being all like, haha, I told you so.
I would
She's
say
done that
something,
before.
but we got a lady present in the chat.
Yeah.
We are seeing those who are capitulating to clearly unconstitutional threats. And these are the things that we are witnessing each day in these last few months in our country. And it understandably creates a great sense of fear. Because, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.
Yeah. Yeah, to answer your question, Michael, yeah, I thought that's what he was doing. He was doing a lot of pandering. And then when he accepted the National nomination at the Democratic National Convention here, he said, there's no white America. There's no black America. It's just the United States of America. That's oh Lord.
See, man, only thing what that does, Brother Che, okay, that is a slap in the face to Dr. King, to Malcolm X, to Huey Newton, to Fred Hampton, to Rosa Parks, and then all of the unnamed soldiers that passed under those fire hoses that were killed, not to mention to those 4 little black girls that were bombed to death in that church.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly.
You see what I mean?
At the time,
and then not to mention,
gotta get in. Hold on.
Then,
at the time, he just got to get in. We just got to get a black face in a high place. We were still on that damn symbolism.
Yes, sir, without a doubt. Now here's one for you too. Exactly, Cool Keezy. Now here's one for you too. It is also a slap in the face to the family of Viola Luiso.
Yep.
Okay. And if somebody wants to know who Viola Luiso was, just hit me off in the chat.
This was I heard her mention in the song. This was the last effort, desperate move on the Democrats. The grand finale, pandering at the dead man's funeral. Exactly, at DSB.
Yeah, deuce and a quarter. You right. You know what I'm saying? You right.
Yeah, that's dark skinned brother. It's known as DSB. That's a slap in the face. Exactly, Cool Keezy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, now Michael puts up here, Jesse and several FBAs would speak passionately about lineage-based cash payment reparations for the freedmen of chattel slavery at Jesse Jackson's funeral. But old Sambo got up there and said when he got elected up there in Denver, did he say that there in Denver, man? No reparations.
Yeah.
Did he say that in Denver?
That was when the DNC, when he accepted the nomination, yeah.
God damn, boy, oh Lord.
And we were just like, well, just let him get in office. He'll do something once he gets in. And he got in, and he can't do anything. They're trying to kill him. That's all we heard.
Yeah, and they gave us that bullshit twice.
Mm-hmm.
When he got reselected.
They said, oh, well, he couldn't do nothing his first term. He'll do it his second term.
Yeah, right. Now, I got a question, Brother Che. I've seen many governors do this, who are lame duck, meaning on their way out, right? Yeah. Where they would sign those last-minute legislations. Even if the legislations doesn't pass it, he would still sign it. You know what I'm saying? just like letting all the people up out the slammer. Now, Kamala Harris, in her last time as the Attorney General of California, she could have went on there and released all them brothers who was sitting in there.
She was the top cop of California, Shabaka. She clearly was not going to do that.
Yeah, I know, but she could have, though, Brother Che. She could have.
She's not black. That's the whole point of the delineation. The woman's not black. She ain't got no camaraderie with us. That's why we don't have anything. Because of people like that. But let me finish the clip.
If I would have been up there in that motherfucker, man, the last 30 days, the whole 30 days, if I was in that position of power here, hey, let me see these cases of victims of LAPD police brutality who had cases fabricated against them.
You are of the lineage. You have the experience. You experience what it is to be black in America. Kamala Harris has not experienced that. Kamala Harris claims
that's true.
And she's a Brahmin East Indian. So
that part too, yeah.
Different from ours.
Yeah, that part too. Yeah. What's that there? The Brahmas who the ones that look at us as untouchables and shit, if I got it correct, Brother Che.
They look down at the black people of India as dollars.
Yeah, just like when we did that story on Gandhi a few months back.
Yeah, fuck Gandhi.
Exactly.
To say I told you so. Okay. And then gets to cackling and laughing and all that. First off, the way she says that and then laughs, that's the ha. That's what y'all get. Y'all should have voted for me. So all of this pain and suffering, I told you guys, ha, that's what y'all get for not voting for me. Okay. The fact that you're willing to gloat about not winning the election during a funeral about somebody who you didn't run against.
Yeah, that's all we kept hearing.
About somebody who wasn't technically even a politician just shows a lack of character. All right. And this is exactly what his son didn't want at the funeral, but what happened anyway. The son was very pissed off about that. Very, very mad. But we're going to show that a little bit later. But before we do that, y'all can do me a favor, a solid, okay? And if you guys want to, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I would encourage you guys to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and hit the notification bell, all right? Normally, we don't go live on Sunday. This is special. So that's why we need you guys to do that. We greatly appreciate that. Thank you, all right? Biden said something just weird.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to what Biden had to say, y'all.
To hell with the
I'm telling you, they came in there and they just made a mockery out of this funeral. Just made a whole mockery out the funeral.
Well, as a kid, I was a relatively good athlete, a pretty good student. But
man, go wipe your ass, you lying bastard.
Talk like that. Now, if I told you all earlier, when I was a kid, I had a cleft palate or a club foot, none of you would have laughed. But it's okay to laugh at stuttering. I'm not being critical of you, but think about it. It's the one place where people think you're stupid. Oh, really? I'm a hell of a lot smarter than most of you. But all kidding aside, it makes you feel really small. Makes you feel really small.
I'm smarter than most of you. Lord have mercy. He look like the damn crypt keeper. He gonna be kicking the bucket any minute.
Yeah, dude, man. I used to watch that motherfucker, the crypt keeper, with his ugly ass. And this son of a bitch right here, and I'm saying this here for our current viewers, Brother Che, that you and I already know about that we spoke on Shabaka's Black Experience and Ants. This bastard had introduced every fucking federal crime bill that led to mass incarceration of black men.
Yes, Shabaka. It's the architect of mass incarceration.
Yeah.
Somehow he was better than the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
See, at least the dump, okay, is telling you how he honestly feels. See, this sneaky motherfucker right here, see, that's the worst.
Sneaky, he said, if you gotta decide, if you're gonna decide between me, if you gotta decide between me and Trump, and you ain't black, that should have been a red flag for every black person not to vote for that fool. But what a lot of black people do, voted for him anyway. I didn't vote for that clown.
Hell no.
He says when he was a kid, he used to stutter and people would make fun of him. That may be true. That may not be true. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to say that to kind of explain his stuttering now, so he can pass that off as, I always had this stuttering issue. This has always been a struggle of mine. This is not new. No, because you go back and look up clips of Joe Biden in the 90s and
I think she would have, Michael.
In the 80s and then pretty much the early 2000s and all of that before he got super anciently old. It wasn't stuttering like that. But I don't know him when he was a kid. Most people in the world don't. So, okay, he might have stuttered when he was that old. But notice the comment afterwards. Yeah, people think that you're not that smart, but I'm a hell of a lot smarter than all of you. And then everybody laughed. My thing is, what is there? No, I don't know what Joe Biden has on people. Okay. There's a certain, it's not most. Thank God is not. Thank God is not most.
Right.
Thank you, God is not most. But there is a certain amount of people, no matter what Joe Biden says, they're just going to sit up there and roll and just accept that. Joe Biden got some type of spell. He's been stirring up a cauldron or something like that. He's been casting spells, pouring potions and elixirs and all that stuff. And I don't know what type of spell, what type of hypnosis he has on certain people to where he can call them stupid. And this isn't Joe Biden's first time.
No.
He can call people stupid and they will laugh at it and take it as a compliment. They will laugh and feel closer to Joe Biden, taking that as a compliment than, okay. It beats me. It does. It does. It beats me. I can't, I don't know what to, okay. All right. I don't know what to tell y'all. It beats me how he says that. Okay. And he was up there. Most people, he was slurring his speech, sounded like he was about to fall asleep, needed a nap.
He did.
All right. But when I tell you, it wasn't just them.
Oh, Lord.
It was not just them. Okay. Even Al Sharpton.
Oh, Lord.
Made this. Now, Al Sharpton, the Reverend, who should just be talking about,
no, Michael,
you know, Jesse Jackson.
Talk to the family about,
or God, or anything else, or the family. Jesse Jackson also made this about politics. It wasn't just the politicians. It was Jesse Jackson as well, too.
Oh, my God. Oh,
Island, he showed me where the slave camps were. And I will never forget, he said,
go
Al,
suck on a
you see
banana,
what that
trick.
artifact is? I said, what's that? He said, they call it the door of no return. When you go through that door, you either made it to America to slavery or you died in the Atlantic. The door of no return. But I talked to him about 3 years ago, and I reminded him, I said, remember when you brought me to the door of no return? He said, yeah. I said, well, we did return. We returned the president of the United States, Barack Obama. We returned the vice president, Kamala Harris. We returned with businessmen. They thought they sent us as slaves. We came back as global liberators. The problem is that too many of us did not join the movements that sponsored us. And there was a breakout in 2024 called Negro Amnesia, where you forgot where you.
Oh, nigga.
Now, I want to pause.
Exactly.
He said we did return. We returned with Obama.
Yeah.
We returned with Kamala.
It's all face.
Neither of those two people are foundational Black Americans.
Man, that motherfucker need to go get his money back on that dope he's been smoking.
So how did we return with them? They have nothing to do with the United States chattel slavery at all.
Right.
Both of these people are immigrants here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's praising them as if they're some type of champion to show our resilience as foundational Black Americans.
DSB.
That's what he's posing them as. As a matter of fact, and if we really wanted to go there, Kamala Harris's family actually was involved in the slave trade.
Yep.
If we're really going there, if we really wanted to go there, now that was in Jamaica, but if we really wanted to go there and talk about slavery, we could talk about slavery. Okay. But he's propping them up, talking about we came back and we did return. We returned with what?
They'll do the same.
We return with what?
Too.
What have either of these people who keep showing disdain for foundational Black Americans, what have they done for foundational Black Americans whatsoever at all?
Not a damn thing.
What have they done? Okay. What are they doing now? Why are you even bringing them up? But he doesn't stop there. I just wanted to highlight that point. He doesn't stop there. He continues.
Came from and forgot how you got where you got. Therefore, they're trying to take back everything
Go
you
suck
have.
a banana, you lying bastard. You put up your rainbow flag and put another banana in your mouth, trick.
I asked Michael Eric Dyson, our prominent scholar, where in history is this? He said we always go one step forward and two back. Well, here we are now. The problem is not Trump. The problem is us.
Oh my God! That's Jackson Jr.
The problem isn't Trump. The problem is us.
Goddamn.
Why is Trump's name even being brought up? Then you bring up 2024 political amnesia. Are y'all seeing this? Which means we forgot where we came from. We forgot what we were supposed to do. That's what he's trying to allude to. We forgot what we were supposed to do and vote for Kamala Harris, which is what we were supposed to do, but we got amnesia. The problem isn't Trump. The problem is us. Okay, let's let him continue. Then we're going to fast forward because he goes on for a minute.
We are allowing ourselves to be lowered and our children to feel inferior because you don't have an I am somebody person. You got our artists calling our women bees.
Our
others calling us niggas. What happened to us?
Exactly.
What happened to Black and Proud? What happened? I'm gonna vote. What happened? Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. What happened to us?
Hey.
What happened to Black and Brown? Oh, let me just talk to y'all.
Oh my God.
Talk to y'all.
Lord.
Okay. So he asks, what happened to Black and Brown? What happened now? I'm gonna vote, which is him dissing people who decided to sit the election down or decided to have a standard of their vote, for their vote, a requirement for their vote. Okay. What happened to us? We woke up. We got smarter. We realized reality. We accepted reality for what it really actually is, which is what happened to us. Okay. We're not sheep being led to slaughter anymore. That's what happened to us. You all woke up. We all woke up. Well, we woke up. I woke up.
Right.
Okay. I'm smarter than I was before. Thank God. Everybody here is. Everybody here is getting information, sharing information, empowering themselves, learning about our lineage and our culture and where we need to be. Right. That's what we're doing right now. That's what happened to us. We didn't fall from grace. Falling from grace, you had to say we were there.
I want to fight for lineage, baby.
And how can you say we were there if we were blindly giving away all of our political support, all of our political leverage to people who would literally tell us, like Biden, how dumb we are and how much we needed to be locked up, or people like Hillary Clinton who was telling us we were super predators, okay? Or people like Obama who was calling us thugs.
Like an old house nigga. Trying to get
and we were sitting up there clapping like a bunch of slaves, like a bunch of sheep.
That's exactly
who's just happy that their master acknowledges their existence. And we woke up and realized you guys are not for us. That's what happened to us. We didn't fall from grace. We didn't get amnesia and forget where we are or what we need to be doing.
So didn't.
Boy, come on now. Now we're gonna get to another part because he keeps going.
DSB,
he keeps going.
225.
We believed our way, and we had the faith to do it. And that's why my challenge to you is that we should do what Jesse Jackson did. Not
Exactly,
look at
Michael.
what
You right,
can
Michael.
see, but look at what you can believe even if you can't see it.
Oh my
Sitting
God.
up here talking about, oh, they got all the power, we can't win. We gotta win. Because they put the seeds of victory in us. If we just nurture them and grow, Hakeem Jeffries be the Speaker of the House. If we keep on winning, we get to send it back. If
Man,
we keep winning,
God
we can
damn, man,
save
I
healthcare for
can't
our
take this
grandmamas.
shit, man.
If we keep winning, we can bring about criminal justice reform. If we keep winning, we can have 2 Jackson boys in the Congress. We didn't come this far to turn around now.
Oh my God.
Okay. If we keep winning, we can take the House back. If we keep winning, we can do all of this. Now, this is particularly distasteful considering the fact that he's a reverend.
Right.
So he should understand
agree
more
with
than
you,
most
got it.
about the fact that this is not the time and the place for that.
Hillary Clinton ran as a centrist
The
Democrat.
damn clown
He
show
should
is
have been
for
one
real.
of the main people trying to make this about Jesse Jackson.
So let's
What does taking the
decide
House back have to do with Jesse Jackson? For the Democrats.
Yeah, right.
I want you to keep this in mind. This is not for Black people. We can have all of these people in Congress. We can keep winning. That's not a win for us. That's not a win for us. It's not. And I want you to understand, this is why when it comes to a lot of these big preachers, when it comes to the ones who we see at the White House parties, we see at the DNC events and all of that stuff, people don't follow them. Okay? These are preachers who were specifically preachers, reverends, who were specifically asked, don't bring up politics. Don't make this about Democrat or Republican. And then Reverend Al Sharpton gets up there and talks about taking back the House during the midterms. He talks about winning elections and pushing other political narratives and stuff. I'm not talking about, I'm for, fixing a police issue, punishing the police and all that stuff. But there is a time
and a place.
And there is a place. There is a time and there is a place. And that's not the time nor the place for that. Now we're going to fast forward a little bit, but let me get to these super chats real quick. Okay. Shout out to Ms. Nisi. Ms. Nisi says, Afro, please consider a call in today. I have something to say, please. I guess if we get it out quick enough, if we can get through the clips quick enough, then yeah, we can do that. We can set that up. Was buried in his grave. They couldn't even do that. They couldn't even do that. I'm talking about just no civility at all. No respect whatsoever. None. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Please do, because this is some bullshit.
Because I want you to hear what else he has to say.
And be what we're supposed to be. Private sector saying they're going to end diversity, equity, and inclusion. Sheriff Shaw.
Yeah, come on, Al. Get your
we
lies
started
straight.
Wall Street. Wall Street.
We did that.
Dealing with the.
We did that. Then where the hell are our reparations at? Because we built Wall Street. There'd be no Wall Street if it wasn't for us. We was the first.
We was the first commodities traded on Wall Street.
Exactly.
We did that.
So you don't want a diversity in your boardroom? Then don't have a diversified consumer base.
Lord,
I want you guys to understand as well too.
oh God.
Everybody here, all of this, they were all everybody here was completely vetted.
You know,
everybody here was completely vetted. That's why you saw all of the people all in the back. Oh my God, come on, that's what I'm talking about. Why are you talking about DEI?
Right.
Even though, considering the fact that DEI mainly does not, and we all know the statistics of this, and they don't refute this. As a matter of fact, we're going to get to more clips. They acknowledge this. They acknowledge that DEI is not really about Black people. They already acknowledge this, but they're going to make this a point to talk about DEI during Jesse Jackson's funeral, as if Jesse Jackson established DEI. Okay. Then he tells some type of weird thing about how we created Black Wall Street in response to DEI. Was Black Wall Street because of DEI? Or
No.
did he say after him taking a whole bunch of people to Costco, was that his version of a Black Wall Street Costco that's not Black owned? Is that? I want to know. I don't know. I just want to know. I don't know. What are you talking about?
Right.
Why would you even bring this up?
Black owned,
This is what pissed the
elite.
family off. This is what pissed them off. But now, I mean, I'm talking about that. Maxine Waters came up there. It was a whole show.
Go ahead and retire, Maxine. You did your job. You did your job,
when I thought
Maxine,
it was just
considering
about
what you had to
Obama
work
and
with.
Kamala.
Go on and retire.
But I'm talking about Obama, Kamala, Biden, Al Sharpton, Jesse, Maxine Waters. I'm like, oh my God.
Maxine Waters was there.
All y'all came up there and made a fool of yourself. All of y'all came
Now
up there.
she
and
needs
did
to
that.
retire.
The
She
whole
did her
funeral
job.
y'all used as a political campaign. Y'all used his funeral. I mean, y'all milked everything y'all can get out of him. Y'all used his funeral to push a political narrative the whole time. Listen to this.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, I
You
am
right,
so
225. I
excited,
visited Black
so
Wall Street.
pleased,
Yep.
so warm, so everything right now, because we're here celebrating the life of a great man. Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. was a great civil rights leader. He didn't literally just talk the talk. He walked the walk. And I want you to know that he changed my life. And I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. But before I do, to the governor and to the mayor here, I like how you handled the city and the state when ICE came in here. Thank you. Thank you so very much. But I know how you knew how to do it. You're from Chicago, and you took out to Jesse Jackson.
Right.
He taught
Right.
you how.
He needs to sit it
He
down.
taught you how to fight. He taught you how to speak up. He taught you how to claim your time. And so we're here today with the family. Now, I want you to know Jesse Jackson was my great friend.
Lord have mercy.
I can't tell.
Right.
I cannot tell. I can't tell at all. Not with that. I can't tell whatsoever with that. But yeah, I'm going to talk about how Jesse Jackson changed my life, bettered my life. But before I do, shout out to Brandon Johnson and JB Pritzker for how you guys handled ICE. What man? What? What does ICE have to do with Jesse Jackson? What does protecting illegal immigrants have to do with Jesse Jackson? Why would you detour? I mean, you saw she just made a sharp. Hold on, one quick second. We got to talk about ICE and illegal immigration right now. I like the way you guys handled that, which means fighting against them, which means being anti them.
Lordy Lord.
I can't tell you were good friends with him at all. Y'all are out there literally campaigning because you guys know that the Democrat numbers are so bad.
And that's exactly what
y'all need every single opportunity to campaign, period.
That's how
and y'all saw this as the perfect opportunity. I'm telling you, I'm sure the family was fuming.
Yep.
I can already imagine the family was probably fuming, boiling with rage. I can, based off of his son's reaction, which we will play.
Yes.
Based off of his son's reaction, I can already imagine that. I can already tell that the family was fuming by that. What are you bringing up ICE for when he said don't make this a Democrat thing or a Republican thing?
Jesus.
What are you doing?
You're gonna turn.
Did you not hear his own son request, really demand, don't do that? And you got up there and did it anyway. You didn't even, some of them didn't even make it subtle. They didn't even make it subtle. They blatantly said it. All of them were blatant. They weren't all like, you know what, and times are tough right now, but we will overcome and we can fight like Jesse Jackson. It wasn't even like no subtle thing where you can kind of dismiss it like, maybe he meant it, maybe he not. They were blatantly saying it. Blatantly. Like this was a campaign. Like this was a campaign. She stopped talking about Jesse Jackson to talk about ICE.
Lord have mercy.
Okay. All right. Then you have a Reverend Jamal Bryan.
Oh my God. Hell no.
Those of you who are wondering why we have been here this long, the service wouldn't have been this long if we were able to go to the Capitol. But the Capitol is now only reserved for pedophiles and podcasters. We're in a critical moment in history. A critical moment in history where it is that we have to figure out what are we fighting for.
Oh, Lord have mercy. What the hell does that have to do with Jesse Jackson?
All right, then. All right.
Yeah.
Now, yeah.
To a Democrat.
I'm talking about you think that the reverends would respect the time and the place for that.
Right.
You would think that.
You would think.
You would think that at least them, if not even them stopping everybody, you would think that at least them would understand that that's not the place for that. That's not the time for that.
Right.
You would think so. Now, the White House is full of, they said, I don't want to repeat it, but they said, sexual criminals. And I agree with that. I fully do agree with that. Okay. Now I do want to add and remind everybody that it's always been that way. It has always been that way. This is not new. It's not something that just started happening. It's always happened. Now, podcasters, I don't know who you're referring to, but okay. Okay. But you throwing all of these shots and all of that stuff, this is not the time for that. And this is what a lot of people are saying about the Democrat Party. You guys are such opportunists and show such lack of respect. And this isn't coming from somebody, as I said earlier, this isn't coming from somebody who viewed Jesse Jackson as a Dr. King and as a hero and as this. You guys know that. And I'm sure a lot of y'all probably looked at it like, there's a lot of things about Jesse Jackson I'm not too big on.
Right.
It's a lot of things about Jesse Jackson, a lot of his political views and stances on certain things that I disagree with, especially right now. There's a lot of people who feel that way. However, I'm sure everybody who feels this way, everybody in this chat room right now, if you guys were to go there, you wouldn't make it an opportunity to campaign for yourself. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't make it an opportunity to throw shots at your other political opponent. And this isn't just about the Democrats and what they've done. This is about you doing this, period, talking about politics, period, despite the family asking you not to. And I keep saying that because it's very important. These are the people who will tell you that everybody in the White House don't have any dignity, don't have any class, don't have any respect or civility. Yet they're doing the same thing.
Right.
This is the same thing that they keep telling everybody. They keep telling the people that the Trump administration is doing and the GOP is doing. And they show no more respect for that. And these are the people that let you tell it. A lot of people in the media tell and convey, okay, and make it seem as if these people are of high respect and high morality and high frequency and high dignity.
Yeah. Man.
And they're not showing any of that. And I want you to understand, we're not just saying this. I'm not just saying this.
Right.
This is not just my opinion. This is the opinion of the family. This is why the family had to come out the next day, because the funeral was on Friday. Then it was a service on Saturday morning.
Mm.
And the son came out there being all like, "Hey man, I wasn't." He said it in as respectful as he could, but he was all like, "Hey man, I wasn't feeling that.
Right.
I was not feeling that."
Yesterday, I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, prophetic voice that at no point in time ever sold us out as a people. And it speaks volumes about who the Reverend Jesse Jackson was. Our message has already been delivered today. I can see it all over my mother's face. Rise, Jesse, rise. Give Jonathan Jackson another great round of applause for delivering our family message to the world.
Yeah, you're right, 225.
Let's hear it for the congressman.
Yes, he is. But if you say that, Shabaka, they consider that ageism.
I'm gonna say I don't know that much about Jesse Jackson Jr., his son. I'm not gonna pretend that I do, because I don't. I'm not gonna sit up there and say I do, I don't. But I do like the fact that how he handled this. I will say that. I liked how he handled this. I am going to say that. I do think he handled this the right way, how he should. Okay. Notice he was all like, they didn't know Jesse Jackson, which they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know Jesse Jackson at all. Okay. And he was talking about he had a relationship. They were talking about a relationship with the presidents. And it wasn't because the presidents were white or black. And he was saying that too. Like, you guys are trying to exploit pretty much my father. That's what you guys are essentially doing. You guys are exploiting my dead dad.
That's exactly
for
what
political talking points.
Right.
And yeah, he was cool with y'all, and he went to a lot of events and all of that stuff. But he did that because, regardless of how flawed you might have thought that was, or how he went about certain things, he did that not because he was a Democrat or Republican. He did that because he's doing something because he feels like that was the best way to do stuff for black people. That was the best, I guess, solution for black people. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. I'm gonna be very clear. I like how he handled that.
Yeah.
I like how he handled that. Okay. And you can tell this is the following day. You can tell he was very upset.
Yep.
He was very upset. He was bothered by that. He was offended by that. He was disturbed, as he should be. So this isn't a, oh, you just don't like Kamala Harris. You just don't like Obama. There's nothing they can say that you guys like anyway. No. The family, the same family that invited them, the same family that let them speak, the same family that gave them that shine and gave them that opportunity felt disrespected. So it's not me who's saying it because I have certain political views or dislikes or disagreements with them. This is them saying it. Okay, I gotta say that. Now, because of the request, I guess we'll open up the phone line for a little bit. We'll see what the family has to say about this.
Okay, that's all I wanted to play of Afro Elite right there. So I had another one from our brother George Macon out of Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna go into more detail. Shabaka, you know that the Democrats had Mr. Jesse Jackson's son arrested.
What?
Yeah, this is some years back.
On what charge?
So Jesse Jackson Jr. ain't gotten over that. I forgot what it was, Shabaka, but they ended up going to prison for something. I think it was like, I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but they ended up going to prison for something. And the Democrats,
okay, was Jesse Jackson Jr. convicted?
Yeah, he actually ended up going to jail behind the shit. Yeah.
No, man. So they want to skew the man's legacy.
Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson and the life that he lived to these homegoing services.
Right.
Come respectful and come to say thank you. But these homegoing services are welcome to all. Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative, right wing, left wing, because his life is broad enough to cover the full spectrum of what it means to be an American.
Yeah.
We only ask people to come and be respectful in the context of the extraordinary life that he lived.
Well, it seems as though the Democratic ship is leaking oil. You know, for a long time, we've been calling out these Democrats, calling out the way that they do business, separating from their policies. And there's been an ongoing battle between the grassroots foundational Black Americans and the elder foundational Black Americans that's connected to that Democratic plantation. And we're saying that they don't respect nothing, they don't care nothing about nobody, and they use the Black community for their own political agenda. Well, Jesse Jackson has since went to be with became an ancestor, right? And at his going home service in his memorial at the Rainbow Coalition Center on Saturday, I think they had the ongoing service, and during that service, the son, Jesse Jackson Jr., he asked them to not get up there and start spewing their political agenda and celebrating the life of his father. Mm-hmm. But you know that they wasn't going to respect anything. You know that they wasn't going to listen to nothing. They was going to get up there and do what they wanted to do, right? I mean, it gets real crazy, right? So, he really got at those presidents because they was up there, they got up there and they start talking about Trump. They start talking about the Republicans and what they're doing, and they turn into a whole political fiasco.
So let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now.
Yeah.
He was always pushing on things.
Because it gives our life purpose.
And finish his job. We did not always agree, but I'll tell you one thing. He made me a better president when I got in office. Because he was always pushing on things. And he knew that change came from the outside in and sometimes from the inside out.
Every single person in here has a Jesse Jackson story. The time he shook your hand, the time he prayed for you, the time he held you up, the time he prayed the funeral for somebody that you know, the time he was at the hospital for you, the time rolling when you lost your job and he prayed you to a new course of existence. Everybody has, Sister Waters, their own Jesse Jackson story.
So, he asked them to come up there, and just give reverence to his father, but he knew that a lot of these people didn't like his father. He knew that. He knew that these people didn't rock with his father in his political theater. And they was using that stage because the Democrats are not in office right now, and they're under fire from a lot of people, man. A lot of people are not rocking with the Democrats. So they had a stage, and they was going to get up there and talk. But then Al Sharpton gets something.
Oh, my God.
And I will never forget, he said, Al, you see what that artifact is? I said, what's that? He said, they call it the door of no return. When you go having I am,
he's talking about Gory Island.
It's calling our women bees. Our others calling us niggas.
It's talking about this. Everybody's talking about it, right? Everybody's doing it. The Sun did not want,
do
right?
225.
So now everybody all over social media is talking about this. Everybody's talking about it, right? Everybody's doing the videos because remember, the Democrats right now are down bad. Tariq Nasheed, he took to social media and he said this.
The DNC, they look at foundational Black American activists purely as political mules. You understand? See, the DNC, they can't separate foundational Black American trauma and struggle from their own political campaigning. So the Democrat establishment, they're getting a civil rights figure. They're not going to look at him as just a man, a father, a private citizen. No, he is a mule for the party to them. They couldn't just let the elder transition in peace and respect his son's wishes. Oh, they had to clock him in one last time. They had to get one last drain, some political mileage out of Jesse one last time. Oh, don't put him in the ground yet. We can squeeze a little more juice, some civil rights juice up out of him, because he's like one of the last prominent people who was around in the civil rights movement. He's one of the last ones to go. Yeah. So yeah, let's squeeze something out of it so that we can use it for the next election. Yeah. And what they need to do, they got to siphon off credibility to cover their own weakness. See, the Democrats right now, they're in a political wilderness right now. They lost the White House. They're bleeding grassroots support. The grassroots ain't really rocking with them like that. They have zero moral authority left because they out here trying to give gender reassignments to toddlers and damn elementary school kids. So the moral authority is just out the window with them right now. People are looking at the DNC just real funny. They ain't talking about no tangibles for us. They're trying to flood the country with hostile illegals. They're doing the most. So Obama, Biden, Clinton, Kamala, they get up there, go up to a Black funeral and act like political damn vampires. They want to siphon off Jesse Jackson's grassroots cred and stand under the umbrella of a revered freedom fighter. That's a PR stunt. You understand? And basically what they wanted to do, they wanted to exploit Black grief for a damn free DNC infomercial.
That's exactly what's happening.
You know, I understand what Jesse Jr. is upset about that. Don't turn the family's funeral into a damn infomercial for the DNC. That was a cynical media play. So you got a captive audience, Foundation of Black Americans mourning a legend, the cameras rolling, international television coverage. So the DNC saw a sacred homegoing and they said, oh, no. This is free prime time infomercial time right here. You know? See, to the political elite, man, the Black grief, that's just another marketing demographic to exploit. So they saw a rare national audience they really couldn't afford to waste. So it was political opportunism. It overrode basic human decency.
So this right here just shows you just how powerful foundational Black American lineage is, and us the separation movement, us separating, delineating from these other groups, right? Our delineation is powerful, and the Democrats know it. The Democrats is feeling the fire because you have a whole room of young people that's not going along with this stuff no more. As Tariq said, like their policies is set up to just wipe the whole Black community out, right? You're bringing in these immigrants, you're supporting that other Skittles community, you're supporting gender stuff. I mean, it's just a whole cesspool to the point where you guys are having struggles and fights from within. Y'all don't know whether y'all coming or going. So now that y'all so down bad, any stage you get, man, you just get a stage and y'all upstage the man's funeral to make it about you guys, right? To the point where now Jesse Jackson Jr., he had to come out and keep it real and say this.
Yesterday, I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, prophetic voice that at no point in time ever sold us out as a people. And it speaks volumes about who the Reverend Jesse Jackson was.
And see, that's Junior exposing these people, man, these charlatans and they don't care nothing about the Black community. Now, Jesse Jackson Jr. is also upset because they allow him to go to prison. Y'all remember that him, his wife, you know, it was some stuff with some funds, misappropriated funds. I remember when they took him to prison, and that I think it was when Obama was the president, right? And now you getting up there and you speaking like y'all was real friendly with his dad and all that kind of. No, man, y'all wasn't rocking with his father, man. Y'all used the civil rights movement, Black leadership, right? You know, as tools to push your agenda forward. They never cared nothing about the Black community. Whatever matriculated back to the Black community. Okay, they say we got civil rights. You had affirmative action. That didn't benefit the Black community, help the community grow. DEI, and everybody crying over DEI. No, you had disparate impact put into the civil rights agreement, right? Into the Civil Rights Act. Disparate impact really didn't work because we still discriminated on jobs. We're still not being able to get the jobs that we deserve. We're still going through discrimination, right? People can still say whatever they want to say about us, right? We're still not a protected group. So that stuff didn't work. It was all for lights, camera, action, and for show. So now, at his father's wake, he's saying, yo, I ain't with all that fake stuff. Don't bring that fake stuff over here, man. Y'all didn't rock with my father like that. Y'all was not friends with my dad like that. No, you wasn't. Now, there's a lot of people in the Black community that got certain issues with Jesse Jackson and the way that he did things, right? Fair enough, right? But the son knows that these people didn't rock with his father. But they out there trying to act like they was his friends. But Tariq Nasheed wasn't finished. He doubled down by saying this.
And, you know, they want to hijack Jesse Jackson's legacy so they can cape for non-FBA agendas. They do all the classic bait and switch. They hijack the funeral to weaponize Jackson's whole Rainbow Coalition concept, and they'll water down his FBA lineage. You know, they want to take the blood, sweat, and tears of a foundational Black American civil rights icon, and they'll use that to cape for immigrant groups and all these other people under some generic multiracial coalition. Yeah. So that was a hostile takeover of a foundational Black American legacy, ladies and gentlemen. These political elites, they needed Jesse Jackson's symbolic capital way more than he needed theirs. They have no organic connection to the foundational grassroots at all. So speaking at his memorial in a partisan register like that was a hostile takeover of his legacy. It was very disrespectful. and they wanted to rewrite the historic record in real time so it looks like the DNC owns the civil rights movement. They were trying to tie their agenda in with Jesse to burn that and etch that into the subconscious minds of viewers. It ain't the same. They want to make it seem like Jesse's legacy is viewed strictly through a Democrat Party lens rather than an independent, uncompromising, foundational Black American political lens. That's why Jesse Jr. was like, this is open for everybody. Republican, Democrat, this is for everybody. We ain't trying to have no damn infomercial for the DNC. Yeah?
Yeah, I remember when he said that dumb.
There was no infomercial for the DNC. But also with Jesse Jr., I understand why he had a problem. Why he really had a problem. I can understand why Jesse Jr. really had an issue with the Democrats pulling that little stunt. I want y'all to understand something.
It was his first term
with Jesse Jr. Y'all remember Jesse Jr. went to jail. Do y'all remember that? How many? Come on. Let's put your memory caps on. Jesse Jackson Jr. around 2013.
Second term.
They sent him to prison.
Yep, it was
like he misappropriating some campaign funds or something like that. It was like $700K. That they tried to do the I'm white and I say so. He was spending it on personal things, which all them politicians, you might spend it on something personal. A lot of them do that. But yeah, he went to prison under Obama.
Yep.
He went to prison under Obama.
Yep.
Understand, Jesse Jackson, let's be clear, Jesse Jackson Jr., he was one of the people that was right there, one of the architects of Barack Obama's political rise in Chicago.
Yep.
You understand? Without Jesse Jackson's cred and the blessing and the groundwork, Obama's trajectory to the Senate and to the White House, it would have looked different.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So Jesse Jr. was there kind of helping Obama get his footing in the political game like that. Yeah, come on, Chicago, know what I'm talking about? Oh, yeah. And then when Jesse Jackson, he stumbled a little bit, Obama's DOJ, they didn't just let him fall. They sat there and let him get in prison, and his wife got it. I think his wife got a year in jail too.
So I always tell our people, man, make sure you guys stay in the middle, man. You got the radical left, radical right, radical left. Man, you just listen, man. Stay out the way. Stay all the way out the way.
Right.
Mind your business. Whatever they got going on, we building what we got to do over here. Asians, they build whole communities, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't get into like a lot of that political stuff. They deal with things behind the scenes. What we need to do is just start building our stuff behind the scenes. For far too long, we've been out in the front, right? Out in the front, leading the charge for everybody while everybody else benefiting from the things that the blood, sweat, and tears and the work that we put in. Man, we getting out of the way. We getting out of everybody's way. Y'all got to figure that out on your own, right? So listen, man, we moving cerebrally. We're doing things differently. We're moving politically, and we're doing things that's going to benefit us and only us, because we did everything for everybody else. And I know Jesse Jackson Jr. and his family and them young people, they on that, man. We ain't worrying about all that, man. You worried about everybody else and want to be all inclusive. Why when it comes to us, everybody shuts us out. We're not moving like that no more.
Right.
So y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Do you think Jesse Jackson Jr. was wrong in saying the things that he said? If you made it this far in the video, hit that like.
And do the same for Frontline Black News. I don't think Jesse Jackson Jr. was wrong. I think he was right on point. They told him from the get-go, don't politicize, don't turn this into a damn campaign rally. Keep it focused on my dad. And what they do, they turn into a damn Democratic political rally.
Yeah. Pretty much, they sure did.
All right, I'm not gonna belabor this anymore. What are your thoughts about it?
Okay, it's just like everything that you just said, man. Is that they turn it into a political rally, right? But I did not hear nobody, talking about us being economically self-sufficient. You see what I'm saying? Say that's the cold part about it. Nobody's talking about us being economically self-sufficient. You see what I'm saying? And that's the biggest disservice, you see? And the cold part about it is everybody else, just like somebody was saying, all these other groups, man, come in our community, man, and they make fortunes and they upgrade the quality of life in their community, man, at our expense.
Yeah.
You see?
But how do they do that?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Well, they could. No. Whiskey.
No. How do they do that? The government allows them to do that. They're allowed.
Exactly. Yeah. You see? And then on top of it, too, if somebody comes by and speaks against it, then they get smeared.
Yep.
You see? Yeah, and get shunned. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is also, too, man, check your email, man. I just sent you an email on something.
Okay.
You know, we're
gonna get to him next, Goddess Nami, after we get to this Latino that lost in Texas.
Yeah, right. You say we can't concern ourselves with other groups because other groups don't concern themselves with us unless they come in here to sell us something, to vote for their candidates. You see what I mean? Or to move against us.
Or to take,
exactly.
take.
Exactly. You see?
Yep.
So, as I've always said, man, for the last 10 years, we been working together. We got to be self-sufficient. You see, we got to become producers instead of consumers. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, we need capital for that.
Goddess.
We need
exactly.
Capital. We need loans.
Okay,
for that.
Now
everybody can start a business.
Okay, now
what you're saying in theory, it sounds good, but in actual reality, it's like, how do we go about doing that? We don't have no capital. We don't have no access to no loans. The bank ain't gonna give us no damn loan because that's more competition for them. So go about doing that, Shabaka.
We'll have to grassroot it, man. You know what I'm saying? Is because I remember when they had Broadway Federal Savings and One United Bank in LA. You see what I mean? And in the beginning, they started off real good. But then what happened was, man, you know, it's kind of like after 1992, man, everything, man, for Black capital coming up, man, all got decimated by these handpicked Black politicians like Kamala talking about this all-inclusive shit. You see what I mean?
Kamala's not a Black politician, so let's just set that.
Well, that's true too. You know. Yes. She's
a Brahmin East Indian. She's not Black.
Yeah, and she did make herself very well known that she wasn't gonna do nothing strictly for Black people. Nah.
And she's not Black. And even if she was Black, she's not Black first. So she's useless.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And well, what do you expect from somebody, man, cleaning greens in the bathtub, man?
Yeah, that's not us. She's not like us.
Yeah. See? And then, you know, Barack Obama, he becomes the president, and then you had a high increase of unarmed Black people being murdered by the policy enforcers, and he didn't even address that.
Because, Shabaka, why would he address that? He don't have the same experience. This is why we're delineating. We don't need people cosplaying as us that ain't had the same experience as us in this country. That dude's and we're not. He has no respect in my eyes and a lot of the young people's eyes. Only the older folks, unfortunately, your generation and those older than you still have an inkling of respect for him. But us 50 and under, we ain't got no goddamn respect for that damn old Sambo.
Okay, as well as you shouldn't have. You see? because I sat there, man, and I watched it crash and burn. And say, talking about the only way we can get ahead to be with this all-inclusive shit, and then all these other motherfuckers who we're inclusive with were not inclusive with us.
Right. So now we're saying, hey, you can't keep doing the same old thing. We're taking what is
No, exactly. And I think you said it best. The other groups got to go hold your own nuts.
Yep. Well, I got that from
Okay. And wait a minute. Hold on. I think, okay. 225 DSB said Harris is Hindu. Right. Yeah. Indian. They were some of the worst slaveholders. Yep. Harris family had slaves. So did Obama family. Look up family. This information is out there. Okay.
Yep. You're right, DSB.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't represent us. That's why he did nothing for us. That's why he sat on hands and allowed us to be killed wholesale by the race soldiers.
Exactly. Little Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin.
Yep.
Philando Castile.
Yep.
Ezell Ford, Alan Buford.
Sandra Bland.
Yeah, Breonna Taylor.
Freddie Gray.
Freddie Gray, a girl there in Baltimore where they kicked in that front door and shot and killed her while she was on the internet. What was her name? Corinne Gaines.
Yeah, Corinne Gaines. I mean, we'll be here all night naming people, but him, Eric Holder didn't do nothing to stop any of that.
Exactly.
Because they're tethers. That's why we can't. We can no longer allow them to speak for us.
Yeah, and then if Obama had all this presidential power and didn't exercise it for our interests, but look at Donald Duck. He damn sure is using his presidential power to enhance his people's interest.
Well, Donald Trump is white first, so of course he's going to do that. Oh, Sambo was white first. It wasn't black.
Exactly. Talking about change we could believe in. Nigga, please.
Hope and change you could believe in.
Yeah. And was up here more worried about a homosexual getting ketchup shoved up his ass, man, than the police murdering his own people.
Yeah, all he could do was say if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon Martin and throw
and to me, that was an insult to Trayvon's family.
It was. It wasn't. That's exactly what it's intended to be, an insult.
Yeah, right. And then from what I understand, old George Zimmerman is out there who's sitting on the corner trying to sell apples. Good for his ass.
Yeah, he's lucky he's still alive.
Yeah, because you remember when that bastard went to court, they put him in all kind of bulletproof vests.
He was probably in PC, more than likely PC'd up.
Yeah, and then look at Dylan Roof. What he did. What the police do? They take him to Burger King first.
Yep.
Timothy McVeigh.
Khaled said it best. America rewards its killers. Gives them stars and bars and stripes. So you can't even be surprised about that. Dylan Roof was a straight up white supremacist. And that happened at that church prior.
Yeah, down there in South Carolina. Wait a minute. Was it South Carolina and Charleston, I believe?
Yeah. But something
and
that
then
happened,
a damn judge.
Something that happened at that church, Shabaka, like decades prior. And that's what set him off. It was,
Wait a minute. That wasn't a church where Martin Luther King's mother was shot and killed at, was it?
No, it was something. It was something in regards to the civil rights movement, Shabaki.
Okay.
Either the first civil rights movement, which was in the 1800s, or the second civil rights movement was in the 1960s. I can't remember off the top of my head, but something had happened at that church, and that's why Dylan Roof did what he did.
Now, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up some info here. Hold on.
But yeah, shame on you damn Democrats. Like, desperation is setting in. You had to use a dead man's funeral to politicize your agenda. It's ridiculous. After the son told you not to do it, and y'all still went ahead and did it. So I'm going to close that out and move on to the next topic, which was Valentina.
All right, and I just pulled up Dylan Roof.
But that's not what I wanted you to pull up. It was the church that he did that at. There's a historical.
Okay, the name of the church was the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina.
Correct. But there's some historical significance to that church.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted you to look up.
Okay, let's see. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Che, I think that church, man, were a lot of people who were involved in the Underground Railroad were meeting at that time, you know?
I think that's what it was, Shabaka. So that's why Dylan Roof did what he did.
Right.
But moving along to Texas, those elections, besides Jasmine Crockett shit, there was another election with that Valentina Gomez broad who was talking down on Juneteenth, called it a ghetto holiday and a bunch of other crap. She lost. So that's great news, great news, great news. So Professor Black Twitter going to give us an update on that, and then Lisa's going to follow up.
Okay, now I got one paragraph here about his motivation. According to a childhood friend, Roof went on a rant about the killing of Trayvon Martin and the 2015 Baltimore protest that was sparked by the death of Freddie Gray. While Gray was in police custody, he also often claimed that blacks were taking over the world. Roof reportedly told friends and neighbors of his plans to kill people, including a plot to attack the College of Charleston. But his claims were not taken seriously.
Yeah, but that happened before Freddie Gray, or was it after Freddie Gray? I'm trying to remember what year that was.
Okay, let me see here. No, the Freddie Gray case was 2015.
No, I'm talking about Dylan Roof, Shabaka.
Okay, I think he was 20. No. Yeah, he was 2015 too. He did this job here, man, June 17th, 2015.
Okay. So the same year
now,
he got killed.
Right. Okay, now here's something else that I find kind of interesting. This is why I say Musk is Dutch, a Boer. He ain't no African. One image from his Facebook page, Roof that is, showed him wearing a jacket decorated with two obsolete flags used as emblems among American white supremacist movements, those of Rhodesia and apartheid-era South Africa.
Yeah, you can say he's not an African all you want, Shabaka, but the paperwork says otherwise.
No, but I'm just going by facts. Tell that motherfucker to come sit out here in the sun with me, man, in a couple of months and watch his ass peel like a snake.
Yeah.
Damn, boy, this motherfucker was something else.
Definitely not of African lineage. This paperwork says he's a South African.
A Boer.
Yeah, but it says he's a national. He's a South African national.
A Boer, Brother Che. Dutch.
Yeah, I know.
That's why they call that language down there. What is it? Afrikaner.
I know what a Boer is, Shabaka. I'm saying his paperwork on paper, it says he's an African. This is why we don't identify with African no more, Shabaka. You can't do it.
That motherfucker better not come up to me and call himself an African, man, because I'm going to put his ass in a motherfucking headlock, man, and break his goddamn back.
If you can get close enough to do that.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker. But moving right along, man, because I get pissed off more and more. I look at that shit, you know. But moving right along.
Yes, so moving right along, we got Valencia Gomez fails again. Great news, great news. So Professor Black.
Now who that?
I just told you, Shabaka. She's a Latina that ran for office. She's talking shit about Juneteenth and Black people, and she lost again. This is the second time she lost.
Well, hopefully they broke her ass this time.
So Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. We already took a look at Jasmine Crockett's own failed Senate run, but the state of Texas last week also handed another political chump their head on a platter. Valentina Gomez has been a carpetbagger for white supremacy with a Spanish accent. She attempted to win political office in Missouri a couple of years ago, and that's part of how she gained prominence in the first place, well, prominent such as it is, when she tried and failed to become the Secretary of State there. Her problem was that instead of running against her opponent, she decided that she would run against Black people. So she ran against reparations. She said that Black people were ungrateful. And since it was June, she whined about Juneteenth and said, if you don't like America, get the F out, etc., etc. Never mind that if people don't like things about the house they live in, they don't leave it, they change it. But of course, Gomez is from Colombia, so she has plenty of experience at fleeing. Instead of trying to fix her home, she ran away from it. But she showed exactly who she thought that her core constituency was going to be when she said, straight white men built the roads we drive on, the buildings where we live, and the ones that fought and declared independence from the tyranny of the British for us to have freedom and the pursuit of happiness. This is the kind of verbal diarrhea that she was spewing back when she was running for office a couple of years ago in Missouri. This woman knows absolutely nothing about history or current events, but then again, her audience is not for literate people. She's going over the top to show who she really wants to get in good with. Well, she did all that shameless butt kissing and still lost. So being the cowardly fleer that she is, instead of staying in Missouri and trying to build herself up there, instead she began looking around for another place where she could push the grift. She knew she needed to go somewhere where the dominant society voters are particularly dumb, and since Florida didn't have any big races going on, she decided to go to Texas, because everything's bigger in Texas, including the stupidity. So she ran for what she thought would be an easy seat to capture in the Texas legislature. All she had to do was get past the Republican primary and she was in there. The incumbent's an old white man, and since she's a young-ish Hispanic woman, she figured in the age of social media, her reputation would precede itself and that all of those racist rubes in that district would come flocking to her because she was willing to say all of this performative extremist gibberish. After all, if Lauren Boebert of all people could leave her district in the middle of a campaign season and go to another district and manage to win office there for Congress, then anybody can do it at the state level, right? Well, anyone except for Valentina Gomez. All those white males that she was praising didn't show up on election day for her. They didn't even give a rip about her. She didn't just lose, she got obliterated, absolutely blown out, only managing to get a mere 10% of the primary vote. Gee, what could have possibly gone wrong? Among other things, Valentina Gomez also is yet more proof that the so-called Black-Brown alliance was DOA from the jump. I'd like to know for the last few years, where have any of the Hispanic politicians or pundits or even online commentators been at to call her out for all of her anti-Black racist remarks? Where have the individuals been at who have been pointing out that, oh, she certainly doesn't speak for us. She's basically a constituency of one. She's isolated. Nobody cares what she has to say. You haven't heard any sort of pushback against this Gomez woman from the Hispanic community, and one has to wonder why. Instead, though, they have been willing to talk about her homophobic remarks, but nothing about her out-and-out anti-Black racism. That's deliberate. Valentina Gomez made the same mistake Jasmine Crockett did, catering to a voting bloc that didn't want her in the first place. Jasmine Crockett tried to pander to Hispanics, and Valentina Gomez tried to pander to white voters, particularly white males. And they both wound up with the same result. And the only reason that anybody knows who Jasmine Crockett or Valentina Gomez is because both of them made it their habit that they would just get in front of the cameras and say the most outrageous crap they possibly could. Hispanic voters have shown that they're not actually supporting the Democrats. It's that the Republicans won't let them in. So they have a dysfunctional relationship with the GOP. Even with Trump's massive and brutal immigration raids, the GOP's Hispanic support hasn't cratered at all. In fact, it's actually stabilized. If they think they have a choice, they'll go with a Republican because that's the party of white society, which they want to be in. And most of them identify as white on driver's licenses, job applications, school admissions, etc. But if they think that they don't have a choice like that, then they'll vote for anything non-black. And if black is the only real choice, then they'll just stay home on election day. So that's what happened to Valentina Gomez. For the second time in a second state, she got herself completely and thoroughly destroyed in an election. And how is Gomez taking her latest defeat? About as well as you would expect, which is to say, not gracefully. She's been online sending out SOSs on Twitter like this one. Quote, I have video evidence that my election has been rigged, all caps, to benefit 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. If I publish this video, they will send me to prison because it involves the voting machines. I will share the evidence only if real Donald Trump, Susie Wiles, Marco Rubio, and Elon Musk can guarantee immunity. All of our elections are rigged, at Laura Loomer. Now, first of all, she's sitting here saying that she wants Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who isn't even in the government anymore, to guarantee her immunity. How exactly is Elon Musk going to be part of that equation? How does that work? And also, when you're reduced to tagging Laura Loomer for help, you're in more trouble than you can get out of. But most interestingly of all is she's saying that someone's going to have her sent to prison because it involves the voting machines. Now, she's in Texas. Greg Abbott's Texas. And you got that other little reprobate there, Ken Paxton, who's the Attorney General of the state of Texas. So that being the case, since he happens to be a dyed-in-the-wool Trumper, who the hell is going to be prosecuting her because she's questioning the outcome of an election? Seems to me that would actually be her ticket to ride with them. This is Evil Incorporated. None of them are going to be doing anything against her because she questions an election. That is, unless she questions an election that they won, then they might want to bring some charges then. So that's what she's been doing since her defeat. She's basically been saying, I was robbed, they rigged the election, and apparently she's furious about it. But she's also terrified because someone's going to put her in prison. She just can't tell you who. But she can't be too worried about the outcome of the election because yesterday she was posting that she couldn't wait to see John Jones fight at the White House. And she then goes on to heap praise on him, calling him the greatest of all time, as she's got her arms wrapped around this guy. Now, ain't this the same racist who was running around talking trash about black people just 2 years ago? And yet here she is now making it clear she's much more interested in a black man than she is the White House. But there's no way that I can see crap like this and not think that John Jones needs to just change his name to Bojangles and be done with it. As soon as she puts her fists up even playfully, that's your cue to go ahead and give her an elbow shot. That's what should have happened. But then again, this is the great pathetic paradox of black athletes. They got all the fight in the world for other black people. But when it comes to these anti-black racists of any stripe, suddenly all of these big, fit, muscular men become a bunch of puppies, or should I say dogs. I find it very difficult to believe that John Jones does not know about Valentina Gomez's anti-black racism. But like a lot of these fools who see themselves as being part of the celebrity set, far as they're concerned, they're just playing the game. And what's going to become of Valentina Gomez now? Well, she'll probably do like Chris Rufo and look for another place where she can ply her grift. This professional pervert's not going to learn anything from this. The delusion of being part of the dominant society is the basis of Latin America. Valentina Gomez isn't going to learn a thing from this defeat, like she didn't learn a thing from the last one. Unfortunately, she's not alone. The white media is also deep in denial. The prospect that the Hispanic vote made the difference in a number of those Texas elections, that's something that the white media could not wait to trumpet and celebrate. But then again, they've been doing it over and over again for years now. But in reality, this current era is not much different than the ones before. I'm not entirely sure what it is exactly that the white media thinks is going to be the result of this, quote, growing Hispanic political clout. But the way that things have been going, what's going to happen is they're going to duplicate the exact same political and social dynamic that they had in Latin America. Gomez can complain and whine all she wants that she got completely obliterated at the polls by an octogenarian white man, but the reality happens to be that's who her constituency, would-be constituency, actually wanted in office. In fact, truth be told, even if the guy was dead, they would have voted for him regardless. They would have had him in office like Weekend at Bernie's, go ahead and strap him to his chair. But that's what they would take before they vote Valentina Gomez into office. But you can bet that she's not going to be changing her stripes, even if her rhetoric is toned down, because there's no election cycle that she's running for. But it just goes to show people like her, she's not trying to gain office. She's trying to gain acceptance. And as far as she's concerned, the fastest way to do that is to stomp all over Black people and talk trash about us. She doesn't actually want a winning strategy. What she wants is one that will get her a pat on the head. Obviously, this woman is auditioning for a job on Fox News at this point. Political office is clearly not something she's going to be getting anytime real soon, and it's because the very people she's trying to pander to do not want her, and she's never going to figure that out because the only thing harder than her heart is her head. And God only knows what office she's going to attempt to run for next, but if I were a campaign manager, I would suggest that she go for most valuable suck-up. At least that's something her would-be constituency would actually vote for her to do. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wesley Monroe, Frederica Moore, Brian Walton, Atu Hammond, and Jesse Gibson. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay, so that was the first one. Now Lisa's gonna go in more in depth in why this bra lost and how the Latinos are like split.
Now, the first time I saw her, she was trying to talk trash about Juneteenth. And I'll play a reminder of that. And she was running, I believe, for Secretary of State in Missouri, and she lost.
Yep, in Missouri.
Well, she has since
in the state
carpet bagged her butt over to Texas. I guess believing she had a good shot of winning political office. And not only did she lose, she lost in a major landslide. Now, the candidate that won Congress was endorsed by Donald Trump. Now, she won. She didn't come close to winning. But I think she assumed, being that the state of Texas have a lot of Latinos, and she just felt she had a good shot of winning Congress. But she only got 10% of the vote. And not only did she get a very low amount of votes, so it just goes to show you even the Latinos were not feeling her because she didn't come close to winning. And she already knows she has no chance of getting our vote. And apparently even the white people, you're doing all that talking and sounding like a white supremacist, and even they didn't support her. Now, when she lost, she's making the claim that the election was rigged. First of all, this girl is so unlikable. You don't have to rig anything. You don't have to rig anything. But there's a lot of people that are happy that she lost. And I'm one of them. I'm glad she lost. She's been over here, I think, for 11 years from Colombia, and she still sounds like she just got off the plane yesterday. Her English is really still not all that great for the amount of time she's been in the country. And she loves being on camera, brandishing weapons and everything, trying to talk all tough. And at the end of the day, it did absolutely nothing for her. All right. And she's going to learn the hard way. She is too brown for the white supremacists. So she is another white adjacent. She wants to be looked at as white, and she will never be embraced. And the fact that they didn't come out big for her is proof they ain't feeling her. They don't want her at all. So let me go ahead and play this video just to remind you, just in case you don't remember who she is, what she said about Juneteenth. The woman she is racist to the core, and she don't even try to hide it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be right back, Shabak. I gotta get these clothes out the dryer.
Oh, all right.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. They need to deport her, but she don't need to run for office. She needs to be deported, as far as I'm concerned. Get her ass the hell up on out of here. Since she don't like people here, she don't like black people and all that stuff. Pack your ass up and get ICE out there, wherever she is, and deport her ass. Oh, there is one more thing. Thank you for the ones, everybody. There is one more thing I wanted to tell y'all. She lost her voting rights in Texas. Apparently, when she registered to vote, she used a P.O. box in the state of Texas. You're not allowed to use a P.O. box. You have to, excuse me, you have to have a street address.
Yeah,
it's okay
residential
to have a street
address.
address in your P.O. box on your registration,
Right.
but you can't have a P.O. box only. And that's what she tried to do. And they took her voting rights away in Texas. So she can't vote right now anywhere in the country. All right, y'all, let's get started.
Well, you see, Goddess, it's us against everybody. Everybody hates us.
From slavery and Black victimization is about to be shoved down our throats for the most wretched holiday in America. BLM raised millions, but what did they do for Black lives? It is outrageous to see people asking for reparations, even though they never went through slavery. These ungrateful people
You stinking ass
celebrating
bitch.
because they were
It
born in
ain't
the
about
greatest
just
nation
slavery,
ever
you
exist.
raggedy ass
Here's
heifer.
a tip. If you don't like America, try and get the fuck out.
Oh, yeah, when they paid me my fucking reparations, bitch.
On the day before Juneteenth, Valentina Gomez, remember that name, got on TV and said, Juneteenth is just a holiday where Black victimization is shoved down everyone's throats for a day. Quick backstory about Valentina Gomez. She is a Colombian immigrant and she's been living in the States for about 10 to 15 years now. She's about 25 years old. She is a Republican and she is running for Secretary of State in Missouri. She is an extreme white wing, pandering to white supremacy. Okay. I will never understand in a million years why people of color do this. They're not going to like you. Okay. You can work with their agenda. You can help them. You can even enslave your own people. They will never see you as an equal. They will never value your opinion. It doesn't matter what you do. You are just making a fool of yourself on TV, okay? The entire Latin community disowns you. I'm sure that wasn't your goal, but that's what's happening. That's really embarrassing. You really have to go out of your way to make a fool of yourself for your entire community to disown you like that. Getting on TV unprompted to make those kind of comments and remarks about Juneteenth makes no sense. It's not going to help you or anyone else in any way. You didn't have to do that. You didn't.
You know, if it's dirt on somebody, I'm going to find it. Valentina Gomez, I can't say what I want to say for guidelines reasons, but if you go to a certain website, you go to the Colombian category, you type in DP, guess who pops up? You can't run for office if you're involved in anything like that. I think someone should show a Texas official.
Valentina Gomez is back at it again. This time she claims that she's lost the right to vote. And she's blaming the GOP, the federal government, from erasing her from the voting rolls. But she did this herself. In their annual audits, Texas identified that her voter registration was linked to a P.O. box. Literally this P.O. box right here, which is illegal. So they dropped her from the voting roll. It's literally her fault. And it gets even funnier. Because she was dropped from the rolls and no longer a registered Republican, based on Texas primary laws, she can no longer participate in the Republican primary for her district. Now, she could register to vote right now. In fact, the county seat had reached out to help her register, but the deadline to participate in the primary and be registered has passed. So she has disqualified herself to run for the seat. Now, she had no chance of winning, none at all. But what a fitting way to end her campaign. A loser. Oh, well.
American citizen, and the Republican Party of Texas is so corrupt that not only did they ban me from all Republican events just for exposing the horrible health condition of 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. Now I'm under investigation by multiple federal agencies, and today they use their power to remove me from the voting rolls so that I can even vote for myself. Since they made it illegal for me to cast my vote, do me a favor and send your mail-in ballot to Texas, because this is David versus Goliath. This is the establishment protecting their 84-year-old puppets. So vote me into Congress so I can make Texas the worst place for terrorists, Muslims, illegals, and corrupt politicians to live in, so help me God. God bless you all.
Lady,
I just
go
got this letter
straight
from
to
ICE, and I'm going
hell.
to read it to you because things have gotten really serious.
Go
Ms.
straight
Valentina
to hell.
Gomez, it has come to our attention that you made statements regarding ICE. Thank you for wanting our officers to make it home to their families every night and for offering free monsters for our boys. We know you can't vote anymore, but if we find an illegal
Yeah,
with a
you right
voting
about
ballot,
that,
we'll vote for
goddess,
you
her
and give it
flat
to Texas.
ass.
We can't wait to see you in Congress. ICE. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't like ICE. I love them, and the offer still stands. So if you want a white monster, don't pull up to the P.O. box. Send me an email and I'll send you the address of one of my homes. God bless our ICE agents and law enforcement.
Negro, please. Didn't somebody tell you this was an all-white party? Huh? Someone get this jigaboo away from me.
All right, who wants a little bit of good news? Everybody remember Valentina Gomez? Well, old Valentina keeps fucking around and finding out because first they took her right to vote, and now, wait for it.
Calls on the Epstein files are sealing my election on the first day of early voting by removing my name on the electronic voting machines, and I have proof. Yeah. Oh my God, I think they actually took me out because I'm one of the people that can actually beat John Carter.
Oh, what happened, Valentina? Did you mean for the Republicans to take everybody else's right to vote and everybody else's right to run for public office? And I'm telling you right now, I am predicting within weeks, ICE is going to be at her doorstep because there is no way they're going to leave her running around and acting that way. And the leopards are eating her face again.
Possibly the best news of the night out of Texas, the lunatic radical Republican Valentina Gomez has lost miserably in the primary, and her short-lived efforts to join the United States Congress is paused, at least for the next 2 years. And folks, this is great news, because if you've been following Valentina, calling her heartless would be an understatement. She preaches God and about Christian values when she's so far from that,
She look like she's
demeaning
part
an
of Charles
entire
Manson's
religious
crew.
community in
Put that shit
Texas
on
throughout
her
her
head.
race. And I am proud that people have rejected her. Now, the funniest thing of them all, Valentina, an immigrant from Colombia, pesters immigrants, pesters other minorities. It absolutely does not represent the American dream. In fact, if anyone's citizenship is getting revoked, it should be hers.
So Valentina Gomez, who is the broken English-speaking woman who hates every marginalized group except herself, who stormed into an LGBTQ church while they were in prayer, interrupted them so that she could protest, calling them all sinners. But she hasn't been indicted for some reason. That's weird. I don't know why. Maybe she will now, though, because here's why. Apparently, she showed up at a Texas Republican event that was celebrating an 84-year-old Texas congressperson, and she used that event to turn it into a clout-chasing spectacle. And they kicked her ass out. The Republican Party kicked her out of the party and out of future Republican events. Here's her complaining about it.
American citizen, and the Republican Party of Texas is so corrupt that not only did they ban me from all Republican events just for exposing the horrible health condition of 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. Now I'm under investigation by multiple federal agencies. And today, they use their power to remove me from the voting rolls so that I can even vote for myself. Since they made it illegal for me to cast my vote, do me a favor and send your mail-in ballot to Texas, because this is David versus Goliath. This is the establishment protecting their 84-year-old puppets. So vote me into Congress so I can make Texas the worst place for terrorist Muslims, illegals, and corrupt politicians to live in, so help me God. God bless you all.
I mean, if you are a racist and you can't get accepted into the Republican Party in Texas, it might have something to do with maybe who you are, not so much what you say there, Valentina, because if you were a white man, you'd be governor by now. Don't you think?
Listen to this, FAFO. Valentina Gomez, an aggressively hateful Colombian immigrant, is running as a Republican for a congressional seat in Texas. She's been on the internet spewing hateful anti-Islamic rhetoric and laughing and cheering when ICE is deporting immigrants and terrorizing communities. Well, now that same Republican Party has barred her from all official events and is investigating her. She has federal investigations on her now. If that's not enough, the cherry on top is that those same Republicans she was running with have now purged her from the voter rolls in Texas, so she can't even vote for herself in the upcoming election. Valentina Gomez, a Colombian immigrant and a naturalized citizen, decided to align herself with the Republican Party and ICE and is finding out that leopards really do eat faces. Valentina Gomez, that's an FAFO, my friend.
Public executions for any illegal that rapes or kills an American. They don't deserve deportation. They deserve to be ended.
Valentina, do you want to talk about the race that you lost in 2024?
Okay, wait. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm getting this straight. This liberal doesn't like Valentina Gomez because she wanted to take out P3DOs, because she's against having P3DOs and rapists on our streets. And you made that a personal attack on her prior campaigns because you're defending P3DOs and rapists? Please do explain. Please explain what you meant if that's not it. Because to me, and every other logical, common sense person in the fucking world, heard you attack a woman who was going after the worst of the worst in this country. Regardless of all the other politics you believe in or not that she has, the reality is, though, is that you came after her because she said she wanted to get the worst of the worst out of this country. Do you not see, are you not connecting the dots here? Is there just nothing up top? Boop, boop, anything? I heard a woman who wants to get rid of the sickos, and you were mad about it. Touch some fucking grass. Wow.
Did you see the good news and the bad news out of yesterday's primary results in Missouri? So let's start with the good news. Now, if you don't know who this is, I envy you, because this is Valentina Gomez, one of the Republican candidates for Secretary of State. Now, as an immigrant from Colombia, she was trying to prove to Trumpers that she could be more Trumpy than them. You know, trying to be even worse than the worst we've heard. She's asked for mass deportation several times. On Juneteenth, she made a video saying some disgusting things towards the Black community. And after the Imani Khalif situation, she posted a video using some disgusting words talking about Imani. So after these comments towards Imani and the LGBTQI plus community, her brother was fired from the mayor's office because his job was to do outreach towards the LGBTQI plus community, a community he's a member of. And her brother wasn't just fired because of the comments she made. He was fired because he supported her, contributed to her campaign, and even went as far as saying that she's not being terrible, she's just being a rebel, supporting the things she was.
Listen to this, FAFO. Valentina Gomez, an aggressively hateful Colombian immigrant, is running as a Republican for a congressional seat in Texas. She's been on the internet spewing hateful anti-Islamic rhetoric and laughing and cheering when ICE is deporting immigrants and terrorizing communities. Well, now that same Republican Party has barred her from all official events and is investigating her. She has federal investigations on her now. If that's not enough, the cherry on top is that those same Republicans she was running with have now purged her from the voter rolls in Texas, so she can't even vote for herself in the upcoming election. Valentina Gomez, a Colombian immigrant and a naturalized citizen, decided to align herself with the Republican Party and ICE and is finding out that leopards really do.
You know how bad you have to be for Texas to say, no, we cannot identify with you. We cannot support you. What are you going to do now? Because Latinos, you betrayed us, so we're not going to claim you ever. The MAGA king skipped you and endorsed a white guy. Without his endorsement, you don't have a chance. And you've done the impossible to fit in and to appease the white base that you don't have. See, how sad is it that you went against your own, thinking that surely the whites are going to support me. After all, I'm being racist against everybody else, ignoring the fact that you yourself are brown. I hate to break it to you, but you're not white, and you will never be white. How does it feel? Betray your own. And the people that you went after to kiss their ass until your nostrils were full of shit. They don't want me.
Are they trying to make it hard for somebody who isn't white to vote? I won't hear it.
Attacking their 84-year-old puppets.
Okay, pause that a second, Lady J.
Texas the worst place for terrorists.
She almost told the truth. If she vote me into Congress so I can make Texas.
Okay, pause because I got.
And yes.
Illegals and corrupt.
Okay. All right.
God bless.
Okay. This bullshit this woman just spoke right here. Now, I put in here to Chat GPT. It's like this. My question to Chat GPT. Why should black people love white people and hate themselves? Chat GPT says that's a painful and important question, and it deserves a clear, grounded answer. There's no valid reason, historical, moral, or social, why black people or any group should hate themselves. The idea that black people should love white people and hate themselves is rooted in a long history of racism, oppression, and psychological manipulation. It's not a truth. It's a tactic that was used to maintain power structures. And this is exactly what this bimbo-ass broad got up there and just said. Just say.
I mean, this broad got her brother fired.
Damn. She got her brother, her biological brother.
Yeah, he was already in a seated position.
That's what they just said.
She was talking to him, and I guess they found out that they were related, and that her mega rhetoric wasn't in lieu with old boy was talking about, so they kicked his ass out. Or he was I think he resigned. And there was no real apology except don't take it out on my brother. But I don't think that right there really counts, because that's not an apology. You know what I mean? That is basically a poor brother. He was over there trying to feed his family, stand up, talk to his sister and shit, and just try to stay out of it. And they found out, and he was kind of had to resign. I don't think they fired him. I think he resigned, or else, one of those. He was already in a seated position, I believe. You know what I mean? Like a alderman or something like that. Some seated position. He was already in there.
Yeah, you see,
walking around with
motherfuckers like this right here.
The fucking the sniper rifle and shit. Remember? She was shooting at she was doing all kind of shit. She was on one.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
God damn, what kind of dope is that motherfucker was on?
Whiteness.
Remember we covered her.
Whiteness.
Yeah, whiteness.
Them Nabisco crackers, huh?
Yeah. The closer you are to whiteness, the stupider you get, I guess.
Pretty much, and that's what the chat just said right there, Lady J, that I just read to you. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is this motherfucker got a rude wake-up call. And watch this no good, raggedy ass motherfucking buzzard, okay, is gonna turn around in about 6 months and want to come to the Black community and say, I apologize. We're all the same.
She didn't do it the first time. She ain't gonna do it this time. In fact, I think she was all about fucking anti-Black racism, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Okay, but Lady J,
she
move
gonna come
to the
back.
head of the class. That's my point, Lady J.
She didn't beg for their forgiveness then. She ain't gonna do it now. That bitch is riding high and mighty on some old white horse, and they're like, hell
Well,
no.
she need to quit fucking with that dope. I tell you that.
Like a female Nick Fuentes.
Yep, that's exactly.
That's like the female version of a Nick Fuentes. You know, he's not white.
Damn.
He is.
Boy, that must have been some bad dope that she had, boy. I tell you.
Man, she's kind of toning it down, I guess. I don't know, man. I know that she didn't get it though, and you know that the whites like what the whites like wherever they are. You know what I mean? Where's this, Texas, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Great State Tech down there, Governor Bush, Governor Rowley.
It's Texas.
Yeah, and the only politician I like out of this was Ted Cruz that told everybody to kiss his ass, and he went on and popped him a Corona.
She didn't do enough white ass kissing to get herself elected. That's what she do. She need to pucker up big time, like kiss every white ass you could find.
Yep. Damn.
Like real big, like real
ass kissed her.
Yeah, you know, she gotta have armpits to pucker up.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Don't get it twisted. I got potty lips.
And then I noticed, now get this here, people, but notice she crumb bum on Black folk that we don't deserve represent. Every motherfucker out here in these other groups, OTBs, as you know what I mean by that, brother. Check.
It's not just the OTBs, Marcus. That's the whole. It's not just the OTBs. It's the so-called blacks in the diaspora. They say the same shit.
It's even.
Oh, okay, them motherfuckers. Okay, all righty. Okay.
Or an anchor baby. I think she's an anchor baby.
Definitely a tether.
No, she's an anchor baby, Lady Che.
Yeah, that's what I said. She's an anchor baby.
Yeah.
That's not a tether. That's an anchor baby.
Tethers and
anchor.
And
not the same thing, Jesse.
Yes, they are. They can
no,
be.
They're not. They could be if you're looking at the tether as an action word. But no, it's not the same thing, Jesse.
I'm looking at the action. It can be,
yes. As the action, yes, you're correct. But formally, no. She's an anchor baby with tether activity.
Damn.
Anchor baby.
No, an anchor baby.
My. Okay, so every other time, next time I vote, unless I'm in the state of Colorado to vote for Jesse Paris, I'm writing in Snoopy, Charlie Brown, but basically my man Franklin, who says Charlie Brown. If I was, I might sit on the couch, you know, but just like what Franklin said to Charlie Brown. If I was to bust you in your fucking mouth and knock out all your goddamn teeth, are you gonna forget about that? But that happened so long ago.
Is she even a naturalized citizen?
What?
Is she even a naturalized citizen?
Yeah, she's an anchor baby.
An anchor baby means her parents were here and they had her here. That's what an anchor baby is.
That's what I'm thinking she is. I mean, come on, we could look it up, but why?
She's been here for 11 years. I don't think she's an anchor baby.
Where'd she come from? Well, I don't know. It's not important to us, really. This isn't really important to us, really, is it?
She's from Colombia.
She's Colombian.
Yeah.
Is it really important? I don't think it's important. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, is it really important?
She needs to be deported. That's why it's important.
Wait, I think we're beyond that, cuz I think that she's nationalized. If her brother could get in. I mean, does it matter? Why do we care?
You got illegal immigrants running for public office now.
Why do we care? Well, that's all they're doing lately. Have you noticed? All that's in there is anchors and tethers.
Illegal immigrants running for office. That's a problem.
That's all that's in there is anchors and tethers.
My.
Anchors one thing. Tethers are
like, man, unless they're gonna go along with the program and you got somebody that's gonna call it out, it's really a little too late. She didn't win, so it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need to deport her ass. Everybody's saying she needs to be deported.
Deport to where? She's
Okay, well,
is she national? Well, why does it matter? Because why are we focused on this broad? I don't give a fuck.
Because she talked shit about us. So it's ABK.
Yeah, that she did.
That's why we focus on it.
She basically said her election was rigged.
Lady Che.
What?
You got here late. So you
Isn't
missed.
that what this is about?
The point is, it's ABK.
Yeah, but yes, that's true. But isn't this what this is about? That her election allegedly was rigged?
Well, that's what she's saying now.
Okay, so isn't that the point of the conversation?
This is the point of the conversation is she lost.
Right, right. And then she threw up the rigged comment. Right?
Yeah, that was later. That was after she lost.
Okay, well, she wasn't talking to black people anyway, guys. She was talking to whites.
What do you mean she wasn't talking to black people?
She wasn't talking to black people as constituents.
Bad about black people. She said
But she wasn't addressing black people as her constituents.
No, she was pandering to the whites.
Right. So why do we give a fuck? Good for her.
It's called ABK. That's why we give a fuck.
Okay, but that doesn't matter to us. She don't matter to us, guys.
Lady Che.
She doesn't matter to us.
Can I please talk?
No. Because it doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense.
Why does it? If she's not pandering to us, she's only pandering to them.
Lady Che, it don't matter if she's pandering to us. It's literally ABK.
Okay, that's true.
Ancestrally,
right, that's true. But what the fuck does that got to do with us?
Karma. That's
what
why
the fuck
it matters.
Does that got to do with us? She wasn't
Because
pandering
the
to
ones
us.
that talk bad about us, they're taking L's. That's why it matters to us.
But this doesn't matter. She doesn't talking about us.
Okay, Lady Che. All right.
She wasn't. And even in the last time, she was referring to the Haitians.
Lady Che. She was literally talking to us when she talked about Juneteenth. Juneteenth is not for the Haitians.
No, you're right. That was a long time ago. Yes, you're right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. She was. She did. Yes, she was. You're right. You're right about that. But aren't we focused on this election right now? I mean, she was a douchebag then. Does it matter? I mean, she didn't really change. And she wasn't pandering to us. She was pandering to them. Of course, she was a fucking degenerate. Does that really matter? Like right now, she's been a degenerate her whole life. You can tell. Look at her. All right, anyway, she did it. Look, all right. Wait, it's whatever. Deport her ass. I don't give a fuck. She don't make no never mind me. She don't make no never mind me.
She is powered by Jesus Christ. She's powered by Jesus Christ. How is this the fucking world we live in? Oh my God. If you were lucky enough not to have encountered her before, Valentina Gomez is a MAGA influencer from Colombia who fits a typical MAGA influencer build. She's emotionally unstable, she rants incoherently, has a desperate need for attention at any cost, and spreads the good Christian message of hate and judging thy neighbor. The fun twist on this one is that she's a not like the other ones immigrant who leverages the extra edgy angle of being exactly in the group of people her political party want thrown out of the country. She also runs joke political campaigns, coming almost dead last in a field of idiots in the primary for the 2024 Secretary of State election in Missouri. But to people like Ms. Gomez, there's no such thing as bad publicity and no depth they won't sink to their kind of audience. As they say, great minds think alike. And the same is true of very empty ones too. For some Republicans, you can capture their attention with low-effort memes and generic bigoted panic. For the even more simple-minded ones, you basically have to yell loudly in simple words about how angry you are, a technique Trump pioneered back in 2016. Valentina really is the best example of the current race to the bottom of right-wing politics. When a president posting a meme of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes barely seems that surprising, you have to go all out to stand out, such as Valentina posting this delightful picture of a dummy being shot in the back of the head as a solution to the immigrant problem.
Are we the baddies?
Valentina also achieved notoriety, and I'm not sure if notorious is the word, kind of like notorious BIGOTED. She achieved notoriety for spreading insane levels of LGBTQ hatred to the point she got her brother fired from his job simply because he publicly endorsed her beliefs. I wonder what that could mean.
Are we the baddies?
Anyway, you saw the FO. Let's be postmodern and go back to the FA.
Congressman Carter, good to meet you. I'm Valentina Gomez. Thank you for your service, sir. I actually want to ask you a question, sir. Why are you letting Texas become like Minnesota, sir? When you got into Congress 22 years ago.
See, this is truly a sort of a dichotomy of a video here, because yeah, like it's a huge issue, not just in this country, but obviously in this country, it's an enormous issue that people in power are about, 99 on average. That's not a good thing. That needs to be talked about.
But something's up with this chick. She's Colombian with an accent, so she knows it's going to be hard to win the Republican vote. So instead, she's just redirecting the hate towards another group of people. And she's like, well, if I just hate on Arabs more, then maybe the fact I'm Colombian will be overlooked.
White Christian commits a heinous crime. I don't assume that every white Christian is the same. Why would you?
Piers, you can take the Muslim out of a terrorist nation, but you cannot take the terrorism out of a Muslim.
And then she goes out publicly, people have woken up to AIPAC, one of the worst foreign entities that needs to be abolished in 2024. 2025, AIPAC, hit me up.
Israel has influence on both sides of the political aisle in American politics. For that reason, I will never be taking $1 from AIPAC.
I firmly stand with Israel. As part of a military family, we do not want World War III.
Oh.
This is the kind of chick that this lady is. Just absolutely ridiculous, hilarious. Just go away. Just go away, Valentina Gomez. Your grift is over.
Mm-hmm. That was
Man, I am so glad she lost. She is irritating every time she opens her mouth. ICE, do your job. Get her out of here. Get her out. Donald Trump already went to the Supreme Court to make it easier to denaturalize people. She's a naturalized citizen. All you got to do is denaturalize her and send her on her way. Get her out of here. You know, she's in the country and she's from Colombia and she's running around acting like a white supremacist. Them folks are not embracing you. The fact that they didn't vote for you, that says it all right there. That means they're not feeling you. You got to be really bad to the point where even the white supremacists don't want to deal with you. And you're sounding just like them, and they still don't want to deal with you. Just like Myron Gaines. You know, you folks are never going to be embraced and accepted white. And y'all can take Myron Gaines and get his ass out of here too.
Right.
Okay, I don't know what kind of citizen he is, but if he's naturalized, get his ass out of here too. We don't need people like that here.
Right.
So I don't care. Nowadays, Donald Trump are dropping these people off anywhere. They don't necessarily get deported back to their home countries.
Right.
So Donald Trump, you know, it would be good to send Valentina Gomez, send her ass to Africa. Okay. Yeah, send her over there to Africa when you deport her. Don't send her back to Colombia. Drop her ass off in Africa. Serve your ass right. You'll be surrounded by black people over there. Serve your butt right. Get her out of here. I'm glad she lost. I'm glad she lost her voting rights. She can't even vote in the country. And that's what you get. You left Missouri and went all the way to Texas thinking you had a shot of getting into Congress, and they slammed the door right in your damn face.
That's one step.
Way to go, Texas, on this one. You did get it right.
Yes.
So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And remember, the shampoo is on sale. Ladies and gentlemen, I got one more live at 3:45. I hope to see you then. Shalom, family.
Shalom. All right, so this is great news. Great news.
Yeah, turned around there and bit her in the ass.
You're eligible for deportation.
Yep.
Whoa. Oh, well. Gotta lay in the bed you made, you know what I mean?
She made her bed, now she gotta lay in it. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Hey, that motherfucker there, let her ass stay out there in the desert. I wouldn't give her a cup of piss in the middle of July.
She thought she could go all the way down to Texas, huh? That was a good slide.
Well, half of Texas is desert, Lady Che.
Well, yeah, no, but yeah, I know. I was supposed to talk about the
West Texas, that is, you know.
Yeah, I've been down there. You lived in Texas for a little bit.
You did.
Yeah, he's in Killeen, right outside of Fort Hood.
Oh, that's the military base down there in Fort Hood, Texas.
Yep, he used to live right outside in Killeen, right outside the base. I like to call it our area, where there's mostly like us out there. That's not on the other side, it's them folk.
But I'll tell you one damn thing, I'll never drive on them damn expressways in Texas. Them motherfuckers is crazy.
Yeah. Texas
got a speed limit of 80 miles an hour, and these motherfuckers is doing every bit of a damn C note.
90, 100.
And there was I didn't really have too many ugly encounters. Not I would say just maybe one or two, but that was just based on my housing or my apartment, the owner or whatever. But other than that, man, I was pretty floating outside. I was enjoying my motherfucking time out there. It was pretty. That's now that I had a Cadillac and a pit bull. Cadillac and a pit bull. Man, yeah, I like the rain. I like the rain and the frogs.
No, you can have that rain. Hell no, I can't take no southern rain. Fuck that.
That rain falls straight down like sheets, straight where I was at. Just straight down. No turn, no whip, no nothing. Just straight down. I was like, damn, this is just like a shower. That's hot ass motherfucking rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you got the tail end of this.
That's cool.
What are your thoughts on what you just heard?
About Valentina.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of her last time when she did all that other shit. She wasn't really like, I guess she's kind of going for the Kristi Noem type-esque feel way back when, right?
Yeah.
That's how I felt about it. I was like, she got her brother to in trouble and he had to resign. I was like, man, I'd never go talk to her again. He's innocent. He was an innocent bystander.
Yeah.
I'd be like, man, no apologies, no nothing, no beg to give him his job back, nothing. I kind of fucked him up a little bit. Aside from that, when I saw briefly, I think it was like last week or whatever. I think it was while we were watching Lisa and one other content creator covered it, and I was like, for real, she's back. She's talking all this hot boy shit. Like, this didn't get you nowhere the first time. What she was saying was like, oh no, not gonna sit well. And I didn't think she was serious. I didn't think she was serious. I just thought she was like, hot boy talking. I did feel like when she was questioning old boy, it's kind of like how we need to get on and we question motherfucker like all up in their face. That kind of was intense, but not what the fuck she's talking about, who the fuck she was talking to, Yeah, she does practice anti-black racism. I forgot about the Juneteenth thing. Thanks for reminding me that shit was a hot topic then. I forgot about that. I forgot all about that.
Do you see a correlation? Okay, lady check.
Hold on a second. One second. The other thing is that I'm glad that she didn't get anywhere with this. And I hope she continues to fail. And if you're getting your privilege to vote taken away, that's just one step away from being shipped out, because that's part of the perks and privileges of being nationalized, that you can vote in our United States elections. But if they take that away, then that means that pretty soon your driver's license, your insurance, you might as well just go ahead and back it up and head on back, because once they take it away, I don't imagine it being easy to get back. You know what I mean? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lady Chain. All right, moving along, we got this goofy ass Democratic shield by the name of Plies. He's a rapper from Fort Myers.
Oh man, are we talking about my Plies like this, guys?
Goddamn Taylor. It turns out to be a goddamn Democratic shield. So he wanted to know
what's his story?
Why you always gotta do that, Jesse? I like Plies. Like, just certain songs, okay? I knew he was a shill.
Plies asks Latinos align more with blacks and whites. He's coming off like a real big goofy right now.
Hell nah.
So
Carry on, Jesse.
give us an update on that.
Might not ever listen to Plies again.
Influence, swag, respect, that's deeply rooted in Black.
So this brain dead mofo.
He's been acting like this since Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
I'm being dead ass serious. I ain't even being funny. I'm trying to see kind of what y'all feel. I'm trying to let y'all educate me on it because I don't want to be viewing y'all the wrong way. So I'm trying to figure out, do y'all feel like y'all align more with black folk, or do y'all feel like y'all align more with Caucasian? Like,
look at this. Look at that shit. That shit's horrendous.
I used to hear
do better.
Black and brown people, and I always thought we was like joining to the hip. Like I always thought we was the black folk, you know, Latino, brown, you know. So I always thought we kind of shared some of the same struggles, same hardships, same, just, you know, we were similar. You know, I remember growing up, all my Latino buddies, they was on what I was on. But now that I look at it, it ain't as clear to me no more. And I'm trying to ask y'all, do y'all feel, Latino brothers and sisters, do y'all feel y'all are more in line with black folk? Or do y'all feel like y'all are now more aligned with Caucasians?
He asking them.
You know, and I don't know if y'all feel like y'all more aligned with Caucasians, or if y'all inspired to be more like them than y'all do black folk. Like, I don't know. I'm fine with it either way. I'm just trying to get clarity on it because it's not as clear to me now than it used to be. Like I used to think we was in the same fight. But now when I see things, you know, I remember the last election talking to Latino folk, they, he gonna give us money, he gonna, you know. And I used to be like, God damn, like, that's the motherfucker want to get y'all out of here. And the only reason I'm asking, because I need to know who I'm defending. Like, I don't want to be defending no motherfucker who don't even fuck with me, for real. So I'm asking so I know who I should and shouldn't be defending. So if y'all can just help me understand y'all thought process and who y'all feel y'all align more with, because I've seen, you know, political candidates, you know, black person, white person, and y'all motherfuckers, y'all be over there. So I'm just trying to get clarity on that. If y'all can help educate me on this, I surely appreciate it. And it's love either way.
You see his chops, cuz? That's horrible.
Yeah. All right.
Look like a fake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. Y'all come on in the room, ladies and gentlemen.
Shame,
y'all come on in. I am live right now. Wait on everybody to get on in here. Waiting on everybody to get on in here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all hop on in.
From now on.
Y'all come on in, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building. Ready to chop up game like we always do. Excuse me.
My soul hurt, Jesse.
What's going on with y'all, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we're just waiting on y'all to pile on in the room. If y'all can hear me, y'all give me a thumbs up. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building. While you're coming on in the room, everybody hit those hearts. While you're coming in the room, I'm going to shout the family out. What's up, Cousin Jerry? I see you down there, Cousin Jerry. What's up, Essence? All right. I'm trying to see if I should share the space, because y'all know when I share the space, it gets real janky. It may or may not come back with the audio working. I don't know if I want to risk it. I don't know if I want to risk it. But, you know, I won't. I won't even risk it. I won't even risk it. I just rock out with the family here, and y'all can spread the word on other social medias that I'm live right now. So let me shout out Everybody coming in with the gifts. Brandy, shout out to Brandy for the rose. I thank you, Brandy. Who else? Cal Bone, thank you so much for the rose. King Jack, thank you so much, my brother. Copper, thank you. I appreciate you. Concern, Carl Foster, respect to you for the necklace, my brother. Chill Will, thank you for the lightning bolt. Kels, thank you, beloved. Roll Motion, Cloudness, thank you so much for the gifts. Respect to the family. All right, everybody retweet the space, repost the space, share the space. When you come in, tap the screen, and that'll bring more people in the room. Everybody tap that screen and get the hearts up. Let's get these hearts up. Let's get these hearts to about 20K real quick. We're at 4K, almost 4K. Let's get it up. All right, we're in here, ready to do what we do. What's up, the absolute truth, young lady? What's happening with you?
Hey, Shabbat.
And all that good stuff. A lot of stuff we're going to discuss. What's going on? Before I get started, don't forget Kickstarter for the Hidden Color 6. We're at around 64, 65K. Let's keep that momentum going. Y'all can go to hiddencolor6.com, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to thank you guys. I want to thank y'all for recommending. Y'all see I sound better the last couple of days. My voice was a little janky because I was coming down with a little something. And I said, I need to fight this. I need to get this up out of me real quick. So a lot of you recommended that black seed oil. Some people recommended black oregano oil, and I got both. I got both of them, and it's been doing wonders. Hold on one second. Let me see what they are. So I got both. I got both of them. Hold on one second. Let me show y'all what I got. Hold on one second. I got these two. I got that, the black seed, and the oil of oregano. I got both of them. Man, I feel like $1 million. Shout out to y'all, man. Those things are working wonders. Man, this stuff works damn wonders. Yeah, take it daily. Right. But yeah, man, got me feeling much, much better, man. Appreciate the family. But y'all could have warned me about the side effects, though. All right. And I love y'all, appreciate you. But next time, can y'all give a nigga a heads up about the side effects? All right. Y'all could have let me know. I don't need to leave the house if I take these bitches. All right. Y'all could have said some. All right. Y'all could have said, hey, bruh, you might not want to go nowhere for a day or so. Yeah. All right. I mean, it really, really helps. But yeah, the side effects is you better sit your ass at the crib and not go nowhere. You get caught out there. And I was about to run some errands, and I took that black seed oil, and I was about to run some errands, and then a little spirit hit me. I had to turn right back around. I said, oh, shit. Let me Instacart some of the shit I need. I don't need to be out here in these streets. Yeah, this ain't going to work. I need to post up in the crib. Yeah, running errands is not really going to be an option today. I got some bathroom business to handle. Shit. That black seed ain't no joke, man. That thing ain't no joke at all. But it does the trick, man. It does the trick. Y'all come on in the room, man. We got a lot of people up in this room. All right, are y'all tapping the screen? We almost got 20,000 hearts. All right, that's good. What's up, Miss Monique? How you doing, beloved? Shout out to Miss Monique. But listen, what we're going to talk about today, the rapper Plies. Did y'all see Plies did a video, and people have been talking about the video. The video was like, hey, he said, I want to talk to my Latino brothers. I want to talk to the Latino brothers and sisters. He was like, I'm just trying to find out, do Latinos, do y'all align more with Black society, or do you align more with Caucasian society? Do you view yourself more allied with Black people or the dominant white society? And this has kicked up a lot of conversation pieces. Yeah, because Plies was shilling real hard for the Democrats. Oh, Plies was shilling real hard. And every time a black Democrat lose, they got this thing where they want to shame black society. That's going out the window. They're not only do they want to shame black society, they want to start pointing the finger at black men, especially if it's a woman. If it's a woman candidate, oh, the black man didn't want her black girl magic. So now they're now the Democrats and the Democrat operatives, they're now going to be forced to face the fact that the problem is the Latinos they keep pandering to. All right. They're forced to finally reckon with that. It's getting to the point where they cannot ignore it. They've been sitting up ignoring how they pander to Latinos all day, every day, and them Latinos are not loyal to them. They go vote for the whitest thing they can find, or Republican or whatever. So they keep getting their little wake-up call with the Latinos, which, you know, us on the grassroots, we've been saying what we've been saying for the longest. We've been saying what we've been saying. Ain't no damn black-brown coalition. Y'all can, it's a whole new day. We've been off that whole shit. Yeah, we didn't charge that myth to the game a long time ago. So now the Democrats are trying to wake up because every time they look at the polls, the problem is the Latinos. That's the real, well, us too. You know, some of us ain't really stomping for them, but the real issue they got, the Latinos. Yeah, y'all keep pandering to them and they're not loyal to you. You know, they're not loyal. Let's understand. Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of the Latinos just on some highly anti-black stuff. So yeah, down in Florida, I just did a broadcast about that yesterday. Down in Florida, all of them Latinos who are GOP got in this group chat and everything was about N-word, 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 N-word. So now all of the black and brown illusion, even the Democrat shills can't sit up here and play dumb no more. Yeah, y'all can't play dumb no more. We've been, the grassroots, this ain't nothing new. Y'all about a decade or so late.
Right.
We've been told y'all this what it was. We've been saying that. So we've been off the black-brown bullshit for a long time.
Right.
You understand? Yeah, we saw it with boxing. Oh, it's been like that with boxing. Hell, it's been like that with boxing since damn Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran. It's been like that.
I mean, it's acting weird.
Oh, it's been like that. Some of y'all know about that reference if you're old enough. But listen, here's the real deal about the
because I can
conversation about Latinos. Do they have more camaraderie with us or the dominant white society? Understand this. In their culture, they got that blanqueamiento. It's called whitening. They got that thing in their culture, metalala rasa and blanqueamiento, something like that. Blanqueamiento. Where my Spanish people, Spanish-speaking people, y'all know what I'm talking about. Listen, before they even come to the U.S., a lot of them exist within these Latin and Caribbean caste systems that was established during European colonization. So they promote this whitening blanqueamiento ideology that equates European ancestry with lighter skin and proximity to whiteness to social supremacy and to economic power. And that deeply ingrained anti-blackness, that's prevalent throughout Latin America. Let's be real. That shit is prevalent out there. So shit, it's nothing for them to bring it out here. You understand? And understand, when they get over here, there's something called ethnic attrition. That describes how descendants of immigrants assimilate into the dominant culture over certain generations. And a lot of statistics show that third and fourth generation Hispanics, especially ones with higher education and higher incomes, they'll intermarry with non-Hispanic white Americans at high rates. And then after a while, their children drop the whole Hispanic identifier altogether. So they act like nobody was ever Hispanic when they get white enough. You see? And that's really the goal for a lot of them. And here's the thing. See, they got a strategic utilization of civil rights infrastructure. See, foundational Black Americans, we spent centuries building the nation's civil rights infrastructure. You know, a lot of anti-discrimination laws, affirmative action, diversity initiatives, and these other groups will adopt an aggrieved minority status so they can gain institutional entry and protections under that umbrella. You see, they'll come around us because they need protection as an ethnic other because they're not allowed into whiteness yet. Whiteness is othering them, and while they're being othered, they need protection, so they'll do the temporary minority people of color thing. But see, once they get their economic weight together, once they get an economic foothold and that's secured, their reliance on that whole minority coalition, they'll drop that. And then when they integrate into upward white mainstream mobility, we're out here fighting the systemic battles alone. They're not really fighting white supremacy with us. Yeah, that's why that's why even with this ICE stuff, they've been begging us to go out there and get knocked up and get bruises and all that for them because they ain't really fighting it like that. They're not fighting it like that. They don't want to go up against what they want to be. You're not going to really fight what you want to be. They want to be like the white supremacists. That's why a lot of the people who work for ICE are actually Hispanic.
Yeah.
Consequently, yeah.
Yeah, we showed y'all that here.
But see, understand when folks come around us, it's all about cultural co-opting, and they get that social currency when they do that. See, Black American culture, music, slang, fashion, aesthetics, that's the dominant driver of global youth culture. So a lot of these non-Black groups, they'll adopt those cultural markers for social currency, for relevance and clout in entertainment and media, but that's just transactional. You know, they can put that whole rebellious, cool aesthetic of Blackness for profit, you know, but they know how to whiten up when it's time to whiten up or act white. You see? So right now, in our society, there's an emerging tri-racial system. A lot of sociologists are saying that the U.S. is moving away from the strict Black-white binary towards a Latin American style tri-racial system consisting of whites and honorary whites, which is going to be the Latinos. And the collective Black is going to be on the bottom. So the goal for many immigrant groups is to secure a permanent position in the honorary white buffer class. And that requires them actively distancing themselves from Blackness in order to maintain their elevated status. This is why they had Bad Bunny at the damn Super Bowl. You understand? They're like, yeah, we're going to throw you guys a bone to try to elevate you to this little honorary status, to let you know, hey, we see you. We see you. You know?
Hey, Che.
Yeah.
But listen, their alignment with whiteness.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna call it a night, man. I'm sleepy as fuck, man. I'll give you a call
They've
tomorrow.
always been trying to get down like that.
Okay, thank you for joining me.
Like following
thank
that
you for having
trio,
me. All right.
Guadalupe Hidalgo, back in 1848, Mexican origin people were legally classified as white to grant them citizenship rights, but they just weren't treated socially
I'm
white.
trying to get to the unmute.
Then they took the white status away. Then they gave them another Hispanic label, which was like an honorary white thing. In the 1930s, I think they gave Mexican their own racial category. Yeah. They actually fought the organization YOUBlacc, which is one of the oldest Latin American organizations in the country. They fought to be classified as white. They're like, oh no, we don't want no. We don't want our own little thing for our no. We want to be white. And then they changed it on the census the next decade. You understand? Because understand anti-Blackness is they use that as proof of assimilation. Historically, the fastest way for a new immigrant group to prove their Americanness is and they want to secure a place in the social hierarchy, it's them adopting these anti-Black dispositions, just like the Irish and the Italians back in the 19th and 20th century. They adopted anti-Black sentiments, and that was used as a mechanism to signal allegiance to the white majority and validate their assimilation. Again, that's why we're seeing all that anti-Black stuff coming from these Latinos like that. They're on these group chats yelling the N-word, N-word, N-word just over and over again. Oh, they're trying hard. They're campaigning. And again, like I said, I just had a community council meeting out here in LA. Because they have these little community boards over there, and they you got to get co-signed from them for certain permits, and they are on some anti-Black shit, and half of them are damn Latino, and they're sitting up here just trying to find ways to sabotage the damn museum. And I'm telling you, that people of color thing, man, let them get around some white people. They start talking and acting just like them, pulling that I'm white and I say so stuff. Yeah, they've been sitting up here lying about noise at the museum. Because they can't find anything negative. And just like our brother Black Sam said, he just did an interview talking about how the city sabotages Black businesses by putting nuisance ordinances on them, which is true. They always try to put a bogus nuisance ordinance saying, well, oh, there's people hanging around, there's people loitering, oh, there's a lot of noise, there's just so much noise. And any of y'all been to the museum, y'all know that's cap. First of all, the museum, it's soundproof inside. The museum is soundproof. When the doors are closed, you can't hear anything if you're outside. Plus, we don't have events that often like that. Plus, it ain't loud like that. Plus, the corner where we are, we're on the corner of Jefferson and Arlington. That's not in the suburbs. That's in the middle of the damn city. So that's a busy intersection where cars are bumping music nonstop. So that's a loud area as it is. Yeah, y'all been to the museum. Y'all know what it is. It's nice, professional. And yeah, they're trying to pull the I'm white and I say so, and there's them damn Latinos sitting up there, oh God, where the neighbors are complaining. The music is all up loud until 6 a.m. Stop. Stop it. Y'all haven't been, y'all got to come through. Y'all got to come through. Y'all got to definitely come through. Who said something? Hold on. Who's this brother? Who said this? What did he say? Hold on. What this guy say did is FBA. Hold on. L'Amour Explorer. Hop on, bro. L'Amour, hop on. You asked the question. Hop on and ask me that question, please. Mr. L'Amour Explorer. Can you please hop on and ask me that question, please? Man, hop on, sir. Yeah, they will not leave us alone. Yeah, they've been up here talking about, because they can't find nothing about it. Everything about the museum is positive. We get positive reviews. We don't have no incidents up there. The community absolutely loves it. It's the nicest spot in the whole area. If y'all been over there to the museum, y'all know good. The museum is the nicest structure over there. It is the nicest structure over there. I don't know why all of the community council people are all white and Latino. No Black people on the shit. Yeah, it's extremely positive. And they trying to hit us with the noise ordinances and all that shit. And if you drive down that area on a damn Saturday night, it's damn Tito Puente bumping out everybody's damn house. All them Latinos over there bumping that loud ass music over there. And they talking about we have our shit up too loud. That's all you hear is damn Suavemente bumping out everybody's house on a Saturday night over there. Y'all know that area. That's a very active urban area. That's not no sub. That's literally we're right in the middle of Los Angeles. We're right like a few blocks from the damn 10 freeway. You know, not too far from downtown. So we're right in the middle of damn Yeah, Tierra, you know what it is. They're gonna tell us, yeah, the noise, we be disturbing the peace over in that area on Arlington and Jefferson, in the middle of damn South Central. Really? The fuck out of here. Man, Hell yeah, you drive over there on the Saturday night, you hear Ariana Grande, all types of shit bumping out of people's houses. But they always pull that little bullshit on us, man. But listen, going back to Plies and all that stuff, listen. These folks, they want to get clicked in with the dominant society. There ain't no camaraderie with us. Because see, here's the thing. Right now, the dominant society, the white tea supremacists, see, their numbers are dwindling. Their numbers are dwindling. And what they got to do, they need other groups to bring in to build their numbers up. Their numbers are dwindling, so they got to bring in other groups. Everybody hit the hearts. We need to get 50,000 hearts in here. So everybody tap the screen and get the hearts up, please. That'd be great. Tap the screen and get the hearts up. Like I said, man, the dominant society, their numbers are mathematically dwindling. The birth rates are dropping below replacement level. So the U.S. Census, they predicted that non-Hispanic whites, they're going to become a minority in around 2045. So a lot of these people, there's a panic, especially in white nationalist circles with all that great replacement theory. So they realize that they can't enforce the old school Anglo-Saxon nonsense. Because if they do, they're going to age out and they're going to lose political power. So to survive their movement, they got to artificially inflate its numbers by assimilating outside groups who are willing to uphold the system of white tea supremacy. And the racist Latinos are the next ones up. They're the next runners up. See, back in the 1800s, you know, the Irish were on standby. They were not white. Remember, the Irish people were not considered white at first. Italians were not considered white. But when they let them in, oh, they said, hey, we're going to show you how this white thing is going to work, and we'll show you how to stomp down on the blacks. You see? So the thing is, we as foundational Black Americans, we gained freedom and civil rights, and the power structure assimilated these urban European ethnic groups into whiteness to maintain a dominant numerical majority. So a lot of these European descendant, white presenting Latinos, they're the next demographic of that exact same survival tactic. And many of these white nationalist thought leaders right now, see, they've abandoned the whole KKK model of strict racial separation. Instead, they are adopting a concept of bringing in some of these people within the caste system, just like they did in colonial Latin America. They realize a country can be multiracial, but still be dominated by white. So they have to have the European elites on the top. They have a semi-white middle class or middle hierarchy. That'll be the Latinos. People who can just lighten up just enough to maintain the system. And they can be the ones policing the bottom tier groups. You see? See, there's an initiation process into whiteness. And see, a lot of these right-wing extremists and these Christian nationalists, they realize they share a tremendous amount of ideological ground with a lot of these Latino subsets. And that includes that anti-Blackness. See, the test is that anti-Blackness. That's why we've been seeing major anti-Blackness coming from the Latinos. They're auditioning. You understand? They are auditioning for the white tea supremacists to let them know, hey, we're ready. We know what you need, and we're ready. You see? Because here's the thing. These foundational Black Americans, see, we're the only group that collectively, we don't ingratiate ourselves into whiteness. You see, other groups, they use the court system to argue for their inclusion into whiteness, all of these different groups. Listen, in the early 20th century, a lot of people from India, there was a Supreme Court case called United States versus Bhagat Singh Thind, and they were petitioning to be classified as free white persons based on the anthropological definition of Caucasian or Aryan descent. Remember, the Indians, the East Indians, that Aryan thing came out of East India. That's why they had them caste systems over there. So there were Supreme Court cases over here where the Indians was like, hey, we the OG Aryans. So yeah, we gotta be Caucasian and free white. You understand? And a lot of the Middle Eastern too. That's why a lot of people from the Middle East and North Africa, they're classified as white. Some people from East Africa are classified as white. You understand? That's why we would have Somalis calling us up. Remember a couple of years ago, the Somalis would call us up and tell us they were Caucasian. They would say, hey, listen, nigga, we have more in common with the Caucasians than you niggas. They would tell us all that until, you know, the white supremacists let them know you ain't that Caucasian and start putting the hammer down on them. And then all of a sudden they want to get blackety black overnight and start calling us. Now you want to put on a kufi and a kente cloth and, hey, FBS, hey, brothers, I'm black now. I am black. We're black together. No, we're not. You on your own, Borat or whatever your name is. You on your own. Yeah, you're on your own. You're not going to black it up now. You see? We're not playing that game. But see, we were subjected to hypodescent. Hypodescent, that's the one drop rule. That's the technical name for the one drop rule. And because all the legal and racial boundaries around Black Americans were drawn so absolutely, the option to argue for Caucasian status or to blend into whiteness over generations is just legally impossible. So that absolute exclusion, that forced us to find our value internally. You understand? So we had a cultural autogenesis. Although we had an ethnogenesis, we had an autogenesis. See, we were legally, economically, and socially severed from the dominant society. So we had to create a culture completely from scratch. That's an autogenesis. We were unable to rely on the institutions of the white mainstream. So we built our own. We had the Black church, historically Black colleges. We had parallel hubs with our own Black Wall Street. We had our own linguistic and music structures. So when a group has to build their own universe to survive, the center of gravity remains with that group. So the culture was never designed to be a stepping stone into white America. It was built to sustain Black life independently. You know, that's why we're so damn thorough. And see, we had a rejection to proximity to whiteness. See, all these other groups under the caste system and post-colonial frameworks, ladies and gentlemen, Latin America, Asians too, proximity to whiteness is the goal. You go to these Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, Hispanic countries, it's skin lightener, skin bleach. All of that is all, you gotta be like whites. You gotta be like them. That's the goal. European features, adopting European customs, that's the ultimate social currency. That grants upward mobility. Within foundational Black American culture, the social currency works different. You understand? The collective social currency is all about authenticity, influence, swag, respect. That's deeply rooted in Blackness. Our culture is the antithesis of white tea culture or white supremacist culture. White tea supremacist culture is the epitome of uncool. It's looked upon as corny. We are the epitome of cool. Anytime somebody wants to be cool, they have to come to us, including the white tea people. Let me say that 3 times like Umar. Anytime somebody wants to be cool, including the white tea supremacists, they have to come to us. You look at anybody in the dominant white tea society, anything that they do that seemed culturally cool, they got it from us. Elvis, he got it from us. What's the brother? He got his swag from Roy Hamilton. I think that's the brother. You understand? They got to be around us. The Rolling Stones, they were studying, what's his name? What's my guy's name? Muddy Waters. They were studying him. The Beatles, they were studying Little Richard. They were following Little Richard around. Also, it was a black record label that put the Beatles on, by the way. They got put on by a black record label. They were initially on a black record label. That's who put them on over here. Some FBAs put them on. You understand? You look at a person in the dominant society like Fred Astaire, who's considered one of the best white tee dancers. He learned how to dance from black people in Harlem. He admitted this. All the country artists learned from foundational black Americans. Eminem, being around Dre. One of the biggest stars in Hollywood, and I talked about this before, in the 1930s, was Mae West. Mae West was one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. She was one of the biggest box office draws. Her whole swag, that whole sassy thing, she got that from foundational black American women. She was hanging around in Harlem. She was hanging around during the Harlem Renaissance, mimicking foundational black American women. That's her whole swag was based on foundational black American women, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Anytime these folks want to be cool, they got to be around us to get the swag. They got to be around us to get that swag. You see? And the thing is, when you look at civil rights strategies from us and these other groups, when they talk about civil rights, and I always tell people, don't let them get away with this. When they talk about Hispanics fighting for civil rights, they were fighting for civil rights before Dr. King and them people. Man, you better make them put that in the right context. Always make them put that in the right context, because sometimes they'll say that hoping you don't know the history. You better know the context in which they were doing that. Because I've heard them, we were fighting for civil rights first. No. Your civil rights was you trying to fight to be white. Their argument was, hey, let us be white. Discrimination is cool. We just don't want to be discriminated against. So we're fighting to be recognized as white, like these documents said back in the day. That ain't civil rights. You're just fighting to be a part of white supremacy. Always put that in the right context. Don't let them get away with that. Don't let them get away with that. When we fought for civil rights, ladies and gentlemen, we were fighting to make sure everything was equal all across the board. We were never trying to be white. We were like, no, everything has to be equal for everybody. We're not going to have a racial caste system on paper. We're not going to have that. That was our civil rights. Yeah, we weren't trying to make a deal with the white tea supremacists. You see? See, foundational black American culture, it was forged in direct opposition to assimilation. It's historically uncompromising. And that lack of integration is what made foundational black American culture the most potent cultural export in the world, from jazz, blues, rock and roll, hip hop, all of that. Foundational black American culture is the blueprint for cool, rebellion, truth, everything. Marginalized youths around the entire globe, they don't mimic white American culture when they want to express authenticity or push back against oppressive systems. You don't see nobody acting like them. They acting like us. I'm telling y'all go travel around the world, motherfuckers out here dressed like us, dancing like us, walking like us, talking like us. Foundational black Americans. They look to the cultural markers created by FBAs. That culture is the global standard because it never needed white validation to exist. And that's some gangster shit. You understand? See, these European ethnic groups, man, they assimilated and they had to practice active self-erasure. You understand what I'm saying? That's the price of the ticket to get in the white tea supremacy enclaves. You got to erase some of your ethnic identity. You see, you can't be talking like an Eastern European. Now you gotta Anglo it up a little bit if you want to get in the door with us. That's how they think. You got to give up a lot of your ethnic baggage, so to speak, to them. See, foundational Black Americans, we don't do that kind of bargain. You see, so that we didn't do the structural assimilation. That wasn't on the table. So we became a cultural crucible. Instead of dispersing our energy to blend in with the mainstream, that isolation forced foundational Black Americans to concentrate and fortify our distinct cultural markers. And one of the primary ways that the white supremacist power structure would force assimilation was through English-only mandates. And they'll try to police the language. So European immigrants, they abandoned their mother tongues almost immediately to sound, quote, white. We as foundational Black Americans, we took the opposite route. First, we would have our own language like Tut language, and then rather than striving for proximity to the standard mid-Atlantic white English to sound acceptable, we organically developed a highly complex rule-governed linguistic system, which is foundational Black American English, which people try to call it AAVE, but it's foundational Black American English. That's a linguistic defiance based on an in-group communication network. And that locked the dominant culture out. We wanted to be able to talk in ways where they don't understand what the hell we're talking about. That's why they're always in our mix trying to learn our language, our slang, our accents. And that's why foundational Black American English provides the foundational lexicon for global youth culture and internet slang too, because it was built outside of the confines of white institutional approval. We just didn't give a damn. We're going to speak how we speak. And we can code switches. That's the thing. We know how to code switch. When people say, oh, they don't know how to talk. Yeah, we do. I always tell people that. We choose to talk in slang. It's not like we can't. We can sit here and sound extremely proper. Excuse me, sir, I would like to find out where my check is going to be on Monday. We can do all that bullshit, but like, fuck them. Nigga, what's happening? We relax the conversation when we get around each other because we just don't want you in our mix. Yeah, we don't want the dominant society in our mix. So yeah, we change our language up. Yeah? Yeah, we can talk different. Yeah, listen, our mothers, grandmothers, yeah, the minute a bill collector, somebody called, they knew how to switch it up. They get on the phone, hello. And, Tyler Perry makes fun of that, which is funny. You get on the phone and you talk different. There's a bill collector, there's a job on the phone. So you change it up and then you go back into the code switch. Yeah, if there's some money, if somebody got our check, we can articulate very well. Excuse me, I'd like to inquire about the tardiness of a disbursement payment that I was supposed to acquire earlier this week. We'll get proper on your ass. You fuck with our money, we'll get real proper. Oh yeah, we can articulate. Oh yeah, we'll speak the King English if you got our money fucked up. Yeah, we know how to talk. Believe me, we know how to talk. Man, and we know how to switch it up. Man, that's why we have so many great rappers and lyricists. We know how to put words together and make them rhyme. Excuse me. See, the thing is, man, as foundational Black Americans, see, there's an unwatered down sonic blueprint with us, whether it's music, art, all of that. When you do that to appease the dominant mainstream, whenever you do anything culturally to pander to the dominant society, it loses its edge. Notice that anytime you do something like, okay, we want to cross over, just like in the music industry. Well, we want to do some crossover stuff, meaning we want to make it so that white people like it. The minute you do that, you water it down. Now it'll cross over and you can get a lot of white people to like it, but it don't have no staying power. You understand? The minute you do something that's considered selling out, it loses its edge. You know? And the thing is, because a lot of foundational Black American creators were largely barred from white mainstream economic platforms for a long time, they built parallel entertainment ecosystems, the Chitlin Circuit, independent Black radio, Black-owned labels, street culture, street music culture, hip-hop. So that meant music from the Delta blues, jazz, funk, hip-hop, all created by foundational Black Americans for foundational Black Americans.
Right.
That you didn't have to undergo a white corporate filtering process. And that unwatered down sonic blueprint is so powerful, it dominates modern global consumption. So today, R&B, hip hop, that accounts for a lot of the audio consumption in the US, driving the whole global market. And because we were never trying to assimilate, we as foundational Black Americans, we have a permanent culture of resistance. See, when a group's entire existence in a country requires them surviving a hostile power structure, the result is the culture being an inherent culture of resistance. Our culture was never designed to be an audition tape for white acceptance. We're like, hey, they ain't accepting us and we don't give a damn. And they ain't really nobody to be accepting anybody in the first place, because many of them are Johnny-come-latelys. I saw something where there was a census form that was in the year 1910, and it showed, like, in 1910, around 99% of the Black people here were native-born Black people, basically foundational. And at the time, I think it was like 60-something% of the white people. You understand? So those contrasting numbers of who's who and who's the OGs here. You understand? A lot of these people are Johnny-come-latelys.
Yeah.
You see? Excuse me. Because, see, we never bent the need to assimilate. We never needed to. And that core DNA, that's unbreakable. That's why everybody looks to foundational Black American culture. They recognize that an unassimilated, authentic culture like ours, and it's a culture of resistance, that's the most powerful tool available to push back against any type of systemic oppression. You see?
Probably ended up.
So people know what it is. Who are these people in here?
I'm going to.
Right. Who are all these people in here?
Okay.
Yeah, these people, they don't even like to talk about their homelands. You notice, though, the white tea supremacists, they never talk about their European ancestry. They don't talk about that. They act like that shit don't exist. See, they always want us to claim Africa. We've been away from Africa way farther than the Europeans been away from Europe. Yeah, you can trace their stuff to Europe. Hell, going back to the early 1900s, 1920, 1930. I mean, you can trace them directly to Europe recently, and they act like that shit don't exist. They don't, like, we don't care nothing about Europe. Don't ask me. I don't know. I ain't European no more. I'm American, dude. They don't like to talk about old raggedy ass Europe. They don't like to talk about the filth they had to escape from. That was janky too. They don't never talk about that. Yeah. But we're supposed to sit here and identify with Africa from 1,000 years ago, and we've been here longer than them. Man, come on. They don't want to talk about that potato famine. And that's why I want y'all to watch the new Hidden Colors, or we get into Europe. Oh, y'all better, we going in, I'm telling you. Oh, we're gonna talk about what they don't want to talk about. We got a whole segment in there showing y'all what was happening in Europe before the slave trade. Or you're gonna get a good ass history lesson here. They don't like talking about that. We're gonna tell you exactly what was happening over there. Nothing. And they're mad at the trailer because we said wasn't nothing popping in Europe until the slave trade. And then there was some white tea supremacists trying to argue, well, we had cathedrals, dude. What are you talking about? We had cathedrals. Man, with that cathedral talk, there was a couple of cathedrals. Many of the cathedrals especially in Spain. They used to be mosques. The Moors built those. They were cathedrals that were converted mosques. Yeah, only the church had a couple of coins, but other than the cathedral, everything else around it was raggedy. And the modern cathedrals, the way they're designed now with the pointed arch entryways, they got that from the Moors, because the original cathedrals, they used to have these Roman arches, and you couldn't build the big tall structures like that. In order for them to build them tall and maintain them tall like that, they got some of the architecture from the damn Moors. So this is, when you know history, you can break all this stuff down. Yeah. Oh, they were starving over there. Oh man. Major. Yeah, the Moors saved Europe. They were dying off over there. You have the Justinian plague, all that stuff. The majority of the population was just falling off. Then the Moors came over there cleaning everything up. The minute the Moors get there, that's when people started getting healthy again. The year 711. That's when the plague, the first plague stopped. Because they were bringing over medicine and alcohol. That's why you have words with those Islamic names. Alcohol. That AL, that's an Islamic word. Y'all know that?
Yep.
Alcohol is an Islamic word. That's what the Moors brought in. They didn't know nothing about no alcohol, where you got to disinfect all of these damn germs. That's the first thing we got to do. Let's disinfect y'all niggas. Alchemy. Yeah, right.
Where you said it.
Yeah, that was the first thing. We got to clean y'all up. That was one of the main problems, because people didn't want to bathe over there. Get a book called Dirt. It was a white man wrote this book called Dirt. How they thought bathing was evil. They didn't like bathing over there. Y'all know that?
Bathing's the best part of the day.
Yeah, they didn't like bathing. They thought that was evil. So the Moors was over there, hey, okay, we're going to have to get a bunch of baths. We're going to have to get a bunch of bathtubs. We're going to get public baths so y'all can wash that ass. Yeah. Yeah, they had that little nasty thing for that whole nasty disposition where you're not supposed to wash and bathe and wash your hands. They were living like that over here too. Y'all know this. I talked about this before on my podcast. Y'all know the story about Typhoid Mary. Y'all heard that name before? There was a white T woman, who was an immigrant from Ireland. I think she was from Ireland, called Typhoid Mary. This nasty ass white T woman was out here spreading typhoid all over New York. People were dying off, and they were like, where all this damn typhoid coming from? This white T woman had some kind of pancreatic typhoid. It was typhoid in her pancreas, but she was asymptomatic. She didn't really have no symptoms. It was just all up in her ass. And she came over here spreading it all over the place. And they figured out, how come this woman is spreading it? She was spreading it because she never washed her hands. She never washed her hands. And she was a cook. So she was working as a cook and a caterer around New York. And literally, this woman would go on her menstrual cycle. She would use the bathroom, wipe herself, and would never wash her hands. So she's putting that typhoid from her damn pancreas all up in people's food, and people are just dying off. And they said, bitch, you're gonna have to wash your hands. She just refused to wash her hands. They had to put her into some kind of quarantine. Literally, all she had to do was wash her hand. They had to put this woman away because she was so filthy. Look up the story of Typhoid Mary. Look it up. She just didn't want to wash her hands, and her nasty ass kept just getting everybody sick. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, come on, y'all know they don't. Even to this day, have y'all been in a bathroom? Can we keep it a bean? And seen somebody in the dominant society come out a stall and walk the fuck up out of there?
Yep.
Raise your hand if you've seen that.
Right here, seen it.
Come on, black folks. How many times you been in a bathroom and seen them people come out of stall?
When I go to the clinic,
drop of water.
that's why I don't ever want to go over there.
I see that all the time to this day.
When we go
They're
to
very arrogant about not washing their damn hands. Like, you ain't got to wash nothing. When I go to the airport, I know our sisters see that with them women. in them bathrooms at the airport. I see that at the airport all the time. They come out that stall and walk right on up out of there. I'm like, good freaking grief.
Yeah, I forgot to give you some.
Yeah, they got that now.
Like at the clinic, there's
No?
you can do that. That's why I don't like
that arrogance. I ain't got to wash nothing.
They got soap, they got the foamy soap, and then they got soap, and then they got
That's why we don't be eating their food like that. That's why there's like an unwritten rule. The Foundation of Black Americans don't eat at their house and don't eat what they bring to work. What FBAs, y'all know good well. Y'all got co-workers at your job. FBAs, y'all know when they bring food, y'all know good and well y'all don't eat that food. Y'all come up with every excuse on the planet to not eat that damn food. You know when your YT co-workers come and it's like a little potluck. Hey, Shaquita, I made some lasagna. You want some? Oh, no, I'm good.
Right.
I ate earlier.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fasting right now. It's Ramadan. I'm a Muslim now. You make excuses. Shit. Y'all know good well you don't eat that shit. Somebody said I ate last month. I'm good. Yeah. Pets be all on the counter. Dogs be licking the spoon.
Ew.
Hell no. Hell no.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying of people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable.
You don't get the point.
All right, y'all. I'm going to end the show now. Sam, man, is definitely creeping in.
Yeah. All right then. I sent you a little message, but I figure you're gonna answer it later.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry I came on late, but I was having a little. I left the house, so when I came back, I was had to get back over here.
Okay.
So guess I'll see you in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I'll catch the replay or whatever. I just gotta say one thing real quick before I dip. The Revolutionary Agenda is gonna come on sometime in a little bit. I'm been getting it together. We'll just see. It may come on tonight, it may come on tomorrow, depending on how long I can stay in this seated position. But I just want to say that stay black, stay dangerous, and I'll see you in a little bit. And thanks, Joseph, for saying what I was thinking about during city council.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Like 3 fucking times. I was in there, dude. I was in there 3 times.
Yeah, that was
everything.
Yeah, they did that shit on purpose.
I kept sending it to the Zoom app. Like I clicked on it from the email. So I kept trying to send it to the Zoom app. Zoom app kept kicking me out. I was like, come on, man, you don't do this. This is intentional.
Yeah.
I figured after yours, I wasn't gonna they weren't gonna let me go.
Right.
I was gonna follow that right up.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, tell the children I said good night and I'll see you later.
Okay, will do.
Okay, all right.
Love you. See you later.
Love you. See you later. It's dangerous. All right, family. Peace.
Peace. All right, thank y'all for tuning in to season 6, episode 16, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. I guess I'll have to do a continuation show now because it's still that topics I can get to. So they'll probably be after Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow or later on today. So in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. And join us today for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations of Black empowerment. Chain Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. And shout out to everybody that tapped in. Peace.